All right, good morning. This is the I can't even remember the date, July 12th, 2024, Colorado Produced Water Consortium meeting. Welcome everyone. Appreciate everyone taking their time out of the day to have a discussion about all kinds of different things that are on the agenda today. We've got a busy day. This is the first time we've been virtual in a while, so I'll do my best to manage the different folks that are going to be participating in the meeting today. We do also have members of the public that will be participating. At this time, no one has signed up for general public comment. And so, and hope, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe anyone has signed up or has provided written comment for this meeting either. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. We don't have any public comments.
Good. So with that, I'll do my best to make sure that everyone has the ability to have their voice heard during the meeting. If folks could use the raise hand feature, if they've got something to say, I'll just try to work through people as best I can. I would ask for just a little bit of grace as I try to figure out who was first and so on and so forth, because there's going to be two different screens of folks that are going to be participating today, and so I'll have to jump back and forth to the two different screens. But we do have a pretty robust meeting today. We got a lot accomplished at the last meeting. Really appreciate the conversations that we had and the thoughts that folks provided in the meeting in June. I thought that was really good. Today we're gonna review the final draft of deliverable 4 regarding availability of produced water for reuse and recycling. We're going to review a first draft of deliverable 5 regarding the necessary infrastructure, and then we're going to review a first draft of deliverable 6, which are topics related to produced water. We do have then a presentation from Deputy Director Larson, TMC, to talk about the rulemaking process that ECMC would be undertaking by the end of this year as part of HB 23-1242. And then I would like to initiate a conversation after that to talk a little bit about our involvement in developing recommendations for that rulemaking and start to take some additional steps towards developing a draft deliverable for that requirement in the legislation. So with that, I am going to then kick it over to Hope, who has her hand up. You're on mute.
Thank you. So as we were speaking, Angelique signed up to provide public comment.
Oh, okay. So as per the agenda, we'll have Director Dalton provide announcements and housekeeping, and then we'll go to the public comment and hear from our public commenter. So that's to you, Director Dalton.
Oh, thank you. Do you mind, just for the recording, if we go around and say our name and seat?
Yes, I always forget this. So I'm going to read off everyone's name as I see it on my screen. If you could just indicate who you are and what seat you are representing on the consortium. So I'm going to start with Jeff Kirtland.
Good morning, Jeff Kirtland, representing industry in the Peons Basin.
Aaron Ray.
Aaron Ray, Assistant Director for Energy, Executive Director's Office, DNR, supporting the consortium.
Rick McCurdy.
Rick McCarty, representing a expertise and experience seat in produced water.
Sarah Tucker.
With the Division of Water Resources, Deputy State Engineer.
Irene Andrus.
Irene Andrus, Environmental Justice.
Joseph Ryan.
Joe Ryan, Academia, University of Colorado Boulder.
Eric England.
Good morning, Eric England with Occidental Petroleum. representing the experience and expertise in produced water.
Jeff Fugate.
Good morning, everybody. Jeff Fugate with the AG's office. I am filling in as the consortium counsel for Kyle Davenport this morning. So good to be here.
Clay Terry.
Good morning, Commissioner. Clay Terry, Natural Resource Advisors. I represent a seat for energy, excuse me, for expertise in managing and handling produced water.
Floel Danforth.
Chloe Danforth, representing one of the nonprofit seats.
Michelina Pollock.
Michelina Pollock, I'm representing industry in the San Juan Basin.
Michael Freeman.
Good morning, everybody. Mike Freeman, representing one of the conservation NGO seats.
Brandy Honeycutt.
Morning, I'm Brandy Honeycutt with the CDPHE Water Quality Control Division. I'm not sure why my video is not working today, but I'll see if I can get that fixed.
Doug White.
Doug White, NGL Water, representing experience and expertise.
Jacob Smith.
Good morning, Jacob Smith, Colorado Communities for Climate Action, NGO seat.
Jolie Bronner.
Good morning, Jolie Bronner, Environmental Justice seat.
Nikki.
Nikki Wells, representing nonprofits and community seats.
James Rosenblum.
James Rosenblum, representing an academic seat.
Tessa Sorensen.
Tessa Sorensen, CDPHE governing body member.
Zahi Kath.
Zahi Kat, representing Academia, Colorado School of Mines.
John Heil.
Morning, John Heil, ECMC, representing one of the state seats. Thanks.
Emma Pinter.
Good morning, Emma Pinter, representing local government seat, Adams County Commissioner.
John Lipka.
Raton Basin oil and gas producer.
We've got Greg Duranlo.
Hi, this is Greg Duranlo. I'm here representing ECMC staff. I'm the environmental manager here.
Okay, Arthur Kepsel.
Good morning, I'm Arthur Kepsel. I'm the Environmental Data Group Supervisor representing the ECMC.
Harmony Cummings.
Harmony Cummings, the Greenhouse Connection Center, representing an environmental seat.
Mark Hefta.
Hey, thanks, Mark Hefta, representing the industry in the DJ Basin. I'm a Chevron.
Tricia Pfeiffer.
Hi, Tricia Pfeiffer with US EPA Region 8, representing one of the federal seats.
Judy Scalfani.
Hi, I'm the data manager of the consortium, with also the ECMC.
Kevin Chan.
Kevin Chan, representing nonprofits and people of color and disproportionately impacted communities.
Did I miss anyone? Aaron Sidlako.
Morning, everybody. Erin Sidlako, Assistant Director for Research for the Colorado Produced Water Consortium.
I think that's everyone. Director Dalton, I will kick it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Messner, and thank you to everyone for that. So I have a few announcements today. And just as a reminder, I always forget when you speak, if you can say your name first. So Hope Dalton, Director. I want to kind of take a little time to congratulate all of us for submitting the third deliverable, which was the current state of produced water infrastructure. We submitted that on July 1st, and we're so very close to submitting our fourth one on the availability of produced water here in Colorado. that will be submitted August 1st, and that will be the 4th deliverable. We have 8 this year in 2024, so we'll be halfway through. And I'm just so very proud of the work that we have done so far. I know it's been fast and furious, so thank you. As you know, we're recruiting for a local government seat, and the recruitment ended June 30th. We have some good candidates, and I hope to have someone appointed in the local government seat that Mayor Strode held. I hope to have someone appointed next week. We had Tricia Pfeiffer hosted a webinar on the Introduction to Offshore Chemical Notification System. And several of us attended that earlier this week. And what I found out very interesting about that webinar is OCNS regulates produced water through a hazard assessment of registration of chemicals, and then they do their risk assessment through permitting. So thank you to everyone that was able to attend that webinar. Okay, so now I have some updates on staff, and I wanted to introduce Judy Sclafani. Judy Sclafani has been supporting the consortium as the Colorado Produced Water Consortium data manager and is responsible for many of the data graphs that you see in the reports. And they've just been a great addition to the reports, but I'm going to hand it off to Judy now to share some news.
Thanks, Hope. This is Judy Sclafani. So I was just here to let everyone know that I'm stepping down from my position as data manager the end of the month. I'm moving to to California. I have a faculty position at a university there, teaching introductory geology courses, things like historical geology and natural disasters, working to try to get more undergraduates interested in majoring in geology and hopefully understanding what types of careers they can do with a geology degree.
Well, Judy, we really thank you for all of your work. And I personally think that the students in California are very lucky to have you. Next is Joel Cox. Many of you have met Joel Cox in person, and Joel has been providing support to the consortium through providing administrative support and assistance running these meetings. And he's just been amazing, as I'm sure many of you will agree. I'm going to hand it off to Joel to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words, Hope, and good morning, everyone. For the recording, this is Joel Cox speaking. Just want to say I've really enjoyed the past 3 or 4 months here at the DNR, especially my work with the consortium, between the exciting research I've gotten to do and the exciting, elevator music I've been able to play for you guys. It's been a memorable summer. Just really respect the diligence and passion and knowledge that you guys bring to this topic. Also want to give a quick thanks to Hope. Hope, you've been incredible to work with, super supportive, and you've taught me a lot. Not just saying that because you're still my boss for another 2 weeks. I really do mean it. So but yeah, just have enjoyed my time here and have enjoyed meeting each of you guys.
So Joel, unfortunately, will be leaving us August 2nd. And Joel is studying political science, I think, right?
Environmental policy and management at DU.
So if anybody's looking for someone that is just in love with environmental policy and management, I'm sure Joel will be graduating soon. But thank you, Joel, for your service.
Thank you as well.
And the final staff update is from Erin Ray. Erin Ray is currently the Assistant Director for Energy Innovation in the Department of Natural Resources Executive Director's Office. Aaron has been providing support to the consortium since its inception. So I'm going to hand it off to Aaron Ray to say a few words.
Thanks, Hope. This is Aaron Ray, Assistant Director for Energy at DNR. First, I want to reiterate the department's appreciation for your continued service to the consortium. This group has done an amazing job meeting the requirements of House Bill 23-1242, as Hope just detailed, and building the state's expertise on produced water. Second, some of you may be aware that ECMC Director Julie Murphy will be taking parental leave this summer, which is terrific for Julie. We're excited for her. In the interim, Executive Director Dan Gibbs has appointed me to serve as ECMC Interim Director while Director Murphy is away. So in the meantime, Director Dalton and the consortium will continue to have the support of the Executive Director's office. And I look forward to returning to my role as Assistant Director for Energy in the fall and returning to my role supporting the consortium from the Executive Director's office at that time. But for the next few months, I'll be at ECMC filling in for Director Murphy. With that, just thank you again. Unfortunately, I'm not able to remain with you the rest of this morning, so I'll turn it back to Director Dalton.
Thank you, Aaron. And I personally will miss the support that you provide and look forward to working with you again in the fall. Aaron will be fantastic as interim director for ECMC if you happen to interact with ECMC on different matters. So with that, there's the other, not really staff change, but something that will impact you is it's a new fiscal year. Yay! And so all of you get a raise, but not really. It's just an increase in the reimbursement per diem stipend. And so those of you who have been receiving $50 for meeting attendance will now be receiving $52.35. Yay. And those of you who have been receiving the additional $150 for meeting attendance will now receive an additional $157.50. So yay. Thank you, Colorado Legislature. And the final piece of announcement is our next meeting will be August 9th. It will be virtual as well. And the reason it's virtual is because I heard from several people, August is a very busy month with school starting and different changes from summer to fall, last minute vacations. So August 9th will be virtual. And then I'm going to try to arrange us meeting in person September 13th. For those of you who travel, let's touch base a little bit to make sure that September 13th is a good time for an in-person meeting. And that's all. Back to you, Chair Messner.
Thank you, Director Dalton. And thanks again to Judy and to Joel for your service to the consortium, and certainly excited about your future prospects. And so thanks for all that you do for the state. So I think next up on the agenda, Hope, is public comment. And so I didn't catch the name of the public commenter, but if we could elevate that person.
Angelique, if you're on, Joel, do you see Angelique in the public comment? I mean, in the public?
Yes, I'm elevating her now. Angelique, you should be elevated and able to speak.
Hello.
There we go.
Good morning, Angelique.
Good morning, Chair. And thank you, Hope, for inviting me to share some words. And thank you to all the consortium for the work that you've been putting in. I know this isn't an easy task that's been set before you. And so appreciation for bringing your expertise and your heart into the subject. And that's something that I wanted to share at this time, also with the consortium, is to invite, as a water worker, as a water steward, basically, I would like to invite you to remember that the water is not a resource, but a source. And I know that we hear this often, but to really take into consideration the capacity that the water has to receive, to nurture, and to hold us as a species, and to really understand that these are whole systems that we're working in. And I know that these decisions need to be made, and there's a fast track that everyone is really working hard to accomplish their goals. But I really would like to implore you to feel into the choices that we're making, because water is all about the emotions, right? It is water in motion. And when we talk about what these things that we can do with the waters and the potential to reuse these waters in these fields, is that's a great idea. How further we use that in the beneficial use water, I really, the direction that these things are going, I just want to invite the heart, because the water is alive. These are entire whole systems, and there is no way to separate what we do here from over there. And to remember that the water that we're putting into the earth, the water that we're injecting, and the chemicals and the things that are a part of that are going to resurface at some other place, some other way, at some other time. And that these practices that we're looking at, to really look at the 7 generations ahead. I know this is something that's very common for the indigenous cultures, and I would like to invite you also, for your grandchildren and their grandchildren, to consider our choices and what situations they might be having to deal with these things that we're bringing forward. I can't say that I know the answers, but I can say that when we consider the water as an entity, as the source of all life, and really consider the fact that she feels just like we do as water beings ourselves, all that we are able to receive and how we feel, and all of that capacity is still in the water that we're working with. And to take that into consideration in behalf of all those 7 generations and beyond, to our future children, because there's a lot of unknowns in these decisions that are being made. And so I invite you to just take that into consideration and really investigate our own waters and how we come to these determinations, and to really be present with the inherent wisdom that lives in us as water. If Spirit put water between us as the conduit, from my personal perspective, I see Great Spirit put water as our source mother between us and Him. And that is the mother of all life. And so if we see them together as a unit, as our mother and our father, the same way that we would honor in prayer the Father, to honor the waters in that same manner, in that same vein, because she is the source of all life. And by design, she is how we co-create. The vibration and the frequency that we embed in it with our hearts and our minds and our words, as Dr. Masaru Emoto showed us, are extremely impactful. And water is malleable, and water is in everything. So I really would just like to implore the consortium and all of these brilliant minds and hearts to really just step into the water that you are, and the wisdom that is carried in that water that you are, and to please honor the water that you are and the children to come in these choices, and give us all the opportunity to explore this in a safe way. is my request. So I know that these things are moving forward, but there are new ways. There's a lot of technologies. We have mycelium, we have holding tanks. If maybe there might be an interest to look into some of the things that are possible in terms of remediation in the interim before even using it again, and to explore some of these new ways and not be afraid to unravel, to put it back together in a different new way. It's okay to let things fall away so that they can be rebuilt in a new and better way. So I just want to invite the consortium to please take these things into consideration and to remember that the waters are our source. They are our mother. They are divine and they're the gift to our entire species and beyond, and to come with the honor and respect that she deserves in your choices, and to remember that that is you, that is me, that is our children, and all water is one, and that is the oneness in us. So what we do to these waters, we're doing to ourselves. So we just ask for kindness, for compassion, and for for the love to come through from your own waters, and understanding that we can together and from both sides of these aspects um, explore what's possible in new ways to come in a good way where everybody can win. So thank you very much for your time and for your presence. Thank you very much, Director Hope, for the invitation to be able to share. And I ask again, just please to hold that space in your heart for our waters, our source mother of all life, and honor that in you first, so that we can all come in a new way and find the things that do work, because we're very clear on things that don't, but it's really an opportunity to find things that do and be that bridge from the worlds. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts with us this morning, and certainly an excellent reminder. So I appreciate you being here. With that, I think next item on the agenda, we're going to hear from Arthur Kepsel, who's going to review the final draft of deliverable 4 regarding the availability of produced water for reuse and recycling.
Could you allow me to share my screen so I can present?
Yep, we got a co-host permissions coming your way.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
And Angelique, if you can, I just wanted to let you know, in case you haven't seen the chat, there are people that are thanking you for sharing such strong and powerful words.
Okay, are we ready to go?
Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Many of you have met me before. I'm Arthur Kepsel. I am the environmental data group supervisor. I was going to talk to you about deliverable 4, which was the availability of produced water for reuse and recycling. So a little bit of background: as consortium staff worked with the EMC staff to identify, graph, and map the availability of produced water and total volume of water needed for completion activities in Colorado. This initial review was compiled into a first draft of this document, which was distributed to consortium members and the public for discussion at the June 7th, 2024 meeting. And consortium members discussed and directed consortium staff to include discussions on water rights and water quality as it relates to the availability of produced water for completion activities. And so some of the water rights topics that I discussed, that have been discussed within the document, are the prior appropriation system, which is a system that allocates water in Colorado and controls who uses the water and how much, the types of uses of the water that are allowed, and when those waters can be used. And this is under the jurisdiction of the water courts and administered by the state engineer. We also discussed tributary versus non-tributary groundwater, which in Colorado, all groundwater is considered tributary unless proven otherwise. Tributary water is generally hydraulically connected to surface streams. Tributary groundwater is allocated and administered according to the prior appropriation system. And non-tributary groundwater is located outside of designated groundwater basins, and the withdrawal of which will not have impact on streams in 100 years. Non-tributary groundwater is allocated according to overlying land ownership and based on an assumed 100-year aquifer life. We also touch on augmentation plans, which are a broad category of water operation designed to increase the supply of water available for beneficial use. Commonly, an augmentation plan authorizes out of priority diversions for beneficial use to the extent that a replacement supply water is made available. To substitute for otherwise diminished amounts of water available, supply of other, sorry, I screwed that up really good. Augmentation plans take place so that you can take water out of priority without and replace the water so more senior water rights are not impacted. Designated groundwater basins are areas in the eastern plains of Colorado with very little surface water where users rely primarily on groundwater as their source of water supply. Within the designated basins, water rights are established by the Colorado Groundwater Commission rather than the water court. The oil and gas wells that produce groundwater, all oils and gas wells that produce groundwater that is tributary to an over-appropriated stream are subject to administration by the state engineer. Whether an oil and gas well requires a water well permit, augmentation plan, or a replacement plan depends on whether the system is over-appropriated and whether the water is put to use beyond the original withdrawal of the water. With the exception of CBM wells, no water well permit is required if the non-tributary groundwater being removed will be used only by operators within the geologic basin where the groundwater was removed to facilitate or permit the mining of minerals. We also talk about water quality, specifically about salinity. This graph was provided to us by a consortium member, and this one specifically talks about salinity, and there's areas within the state that are higher and lower salinities. And these areas consistently exhibit different salinities. The Denver-Julesburg Basin salinity levels vary within the basin. Eastern and western portions show higher salinity concentrations, and the central region demonstrates comparatively lower salinity levels. Piceance and Uinta basins, these basins display higher salinity levels compared with those observed along the front range of the DJ Basin. The San Juan and Raton basins show lower salinity levels. And these are prevalent, CBM wells are prevalent in these oil and gas basins. Come on. What happened here? We also talked about sources of water for hydraulic fracturing. And according to the Colorado Division of Water Resources, there are several potential sources of water for hydraulic fracturing in Colorado. And the choice depends on satisfying both water rights obligations and economics. We can have water that may be transported from outside of the state, leased or purchased irrigation waters from landowners with appropriate water rights, non-tributary groundwater from aquifers such as the Dawson, Denver, Arapahoe, and Laramie Fox Hills aquifer within the Denver Basin, subject to withdrawal limits. Tributary groundwater such as alluvial aquifers are which are also subject to withdrawal limits and may require an augmentation plan to offset stream depletions. Produced water from existing oil and gas wells, which is non-tributary and does not require an augmentation plan, and reuse or recycled water from previous hydraulic fracturing operations. Treated or raw water leased from water providers, if selling it is compliant with their water rights. Any new diversions from streams during high flows require augmentation plans, and for tributary groundwater sources or surface diversions in over-appropriated basins, augmentation plans are required to replace stream depletions and prevent injury to senior water rights. So we also talked briefly about our rules and forms for handling of produced water data. And the ECMC is the primary state regulator of produced water and oil and gas activities. The ECMC updated existing reporting forms to better track produced water volumes from oil and gas operations in the state. And data was compiled from the following ECMC forms for the report. We did the Form 7 Operators Monthly Production Report, the Form 7W, which is the new modified monthly production report, includes additional fields for reporting monthly water use and produced water volumes. The Form 47 Quarterly Water Reporting by Location, the Form 5 Drilling and Completion Report, Form 5A Completed Interval Report, and we also use data from Frac Focus, and we also gathered some data from water sharing agreements that are established under Rule 905 C5. The Form 7W is used quite extensively for analysis. This is, again, our newer form, so this is new data. The data analysis was performed on produced water volumes, fate, and source of water for hydraulic fracturing. And we're forecasting future needs for hydraulic fracturing based on produced water availability. Additionally, data and information from water sharing agreements was used to create a case study. And finally, based on the data analysis, limitations and availability of produced water for reuse and recycling were identified. Volumes and fate of produced water were categorized by disposal and reuse, and the total volume of produced waters were analyzed based on the Form 7W for data collected and reported from July 2023 to March of 2024. And we have included graphs. This is similar to what we presented before that display the total amount of produced water reported on the Form 7W and how it was disposed of. And you can see that right now the dominant method of disposal, or the dominant produced water, is mostly disposed of, with a small amount being reused. And this is a cumulative produced water as reported on the 7W. It shows about 87% of water is disposed of currently, and about 13% is reused. And that equated to about 120 million barrels that was disposed of versus approximately 17,000 or 17 million barrels that was reused. And this, again, is a cumulative report from July of 2023 to March of 2024. And we also go back and display the methods of disposal, which are methods of disposal include central disposal pits, central disposal wells, commercial class 1 UIC wells, and commercial class 2 UIC wells, and on-site pits and surface discharge. And this is similar to the other pie chart that I showed earlier, but this is disposal methods, which shows central disposal wells and commercial class 2 and commercial class 1 wells are the dominant disposal practice at this time. And also we wanted to include a graph that shows, or table that shows the information on how many of the 7W reports we've received each month and how many wells those reports cover. So as you can see over time, I think looks like our total wells reported on a monthly basis has been increasing, as well as the number of operators that have been reporting. And also from the Form 7W, we've created this map, a statewide map that shows how water for hydraulic fracturing is acquired, or maybe not acquired, but show fresh versus reused water. And you can see on a statewide basis that there are areas that use a large amount of recycled, reused water for hydraulic fracturing versus other areas that show that water is dominantly fresh water for hydraulic fracturing. Particularly the DJ Basin uses a large amount of fresh water versus the Piceance Basin, where it shows quite a bit of the water they use for hydraulic fracturing is reused. We also did some forecasting, so using our historical data to predict future trends in the oil and gas operations. We're based on the assumption that past patterns will continue in the same direction with necessary adjustments for seasonality, cyclicity, trend variations. The data from the Form 7W are not extensive enough to extrapolate a trend for future forecasting and oil and gas operations at this time. Therefore, data from Frac Focus was used to estimate water volume requirements for future oil and gas operations. And if you don't know, Frac Focus is the National Hydraulic Fracturing Chemical Disclosure Registry used by many states, including Colorado, to track chemicals used in hydraulic fracturing. But in addition to the chemical data, they also collect water volume data. And data on water use for completions are consistently available in Frac Focus beginning in about September of 2012. And with the data that we collected from Frac Focus, and we also compared this to our production, the ECMC production records. So you can see back from 2013 to 2023, the trends in both new well development and the water used for hydraulic fracturing. We also discuss trends in well construction. This shows wells drilled from 2013 through 2023 with percentages of mostly lateral length of wells, and basically through time, the lateral length of horizontal wells has been increasing. Within the beginning, you can see in 2013, about 75% of lateral wells were about 5,000 feet or less. And now that number has gone down significantly in the last couple of years. So it's about 30% of wells are 5,000 feet in length or less, and the longer lengths have started to become more predominant. This is also another graph that kind of shows a similar trend. You can see in 2013 where very few wells were greater than 5,000 feet in lateral length, and now there's quite a few. We also took the production data and the Frac Focus data and made several both basin and county-wide maps for 2022 and 2023 that show the ratio of water used for hydraulic fracturing versus the produced water in that basin. And we also did this by county. But you can see for 2022 that the Denver-Julesburg Basin, the water used for hydraulic fracturing greatly outweighs the water produced in the basin. You can see other basins where it's the opposite, where they produced a lot of water and either did not have any hydraulic fracturing or very little was used. And you can also, it's also important to note that the Piceance Basin, you can see that their produced water outweighs the water used for hydraulic fracturing. And you can see a similar trend in 2023 with the DJ Basin using far more water for hydraulic fracturing than it produces. And also with the Piceance Basin, you can again see that they use less water for hydraulic fracturing than they produce. And we also did this by county because once we did this by county, it became apparent that there's certain areas in the state, particularly along the Front Range counties. So you can see again that the water used for hydraulic fracturing by far outweighs the produced water, particularly right along the Front Range. And even though other counties within the DJ Basin do not show any hydraulic fracturing. So this just indicates where the most of the water is being used for hydraulic fracturing at this time. And we have one for 2023 that shows a similar map. And we also did one, you can see that the Denver-Julesburg Basin uses the most water for hydraulic fracturing versus the other basins, with the Denver-Julesburg and the Piceance Basin being the two that use the most water. That was the same for 2023. We also produced a graph and included this that shows the hydraulic fracturing volumes by basin back to 2019. Then based on the graphs that were made, we came up with several key findings. And the first finding is disposal wells are the predominant approach to produce water management. Key finding number 2 is Rio Blanco and Weld counties have the highest reported the highest produced water volumes. In finding 3, the highest volumes of water used for hydraulic fracturing are in the DJ Basin. Finding 4, water used is higher than produced water volumes in the Denver, DJ, and the North Park Basin. So they're using more water than they produce. And key finding 5, contextual information from operators is needed to supplement the limited available data. The data being collected on volumes of produced water with the 7W is new and therefore limited, and recent introductions of the 7W and 47 mean that only limited historical data is available on produced water volumes and disposition. While the data provides a snapshot of the current produced water volumes and management practices, the limited time frame since reporting began in July strains the ability to discern long-term trends. Multiple years of data will be needed to accurately plot trends and perform a trend analysis to account for variability in operating conditions, production schedules, and reporting adoption rates. And key finding 6, several key factors limit the feasibility of reuse and recycling of produced water. And while recycling and reusing produced water from oil and gas operations presents an opportunity to offset freshwater demand, there are several limitations that constrain the feasibility of these practices. They include proximity of produced water to the location needing the produced water. Changing operating conditions require the need for better planning for location and timing. Economics of water sourcing due to the limited produced water infrastructure and storage options in the region, and liability concerns around produced water transfer and unpredictability of the oil and gas industry driven by factors like demand fluctuations. And in conclusion, the analysis of the produced water volumes and management practices of Colorado oil and gas industry based on the newly implemented reporting requirements, offers valuable insights and highlights opportunities for increased sustainability. While disposal wells remain the primary method of managing produced water, the data indicates potential for increased reuse and recycling, which could offset freshwater demands and promote more efficient water resource utilization. However, the limited time frame of the available data presents challenges in identifying the long-term trends and making accurate projections. Continued data collection and collaboration with operators will be crucial for enhancing the state's ability to monitor volumes, identify emergent patterns, and develop informed policies and strategies for effectively managing produced water. Addressing water rights and water quality concerns, as well as considering the recommendations of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, will be essential in developing a comprehensive approach to maximizing the beneficial reuse and recycling of produced water in the state's oil and gas operations. Thanks, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur, for presenting that information, overview of the final draft of the water available for reuse and recycling in the state. That was a lot of work, a lot of complicated.
Yes.
A lot of people were involved with the development of that. And I really thought it was a great, initial stroke on trying to get all that information compiled and try to better develop a picture of the produced water that may be available in the state as we continue to analyze opportunities for reuse and recycling of produced water in the state. I think it's good because it also, as all of these reports have done up to this point, have started to develop a base of knowledge that each report continues to speak to the previous reports and also provides information for future reports that we'll be developing and decisions that we'll be needing to make. And I think this is another classic example of critical information that we needed to develop to inform future decision makings by this body. I'll open it up to the group now. And I don't remember, Hope, am I running this one or are you running this one?
I think you're running it as far as getting feedback. This one is a final draft. So at the end of the discussion, we will need to ask the consortium members if they feel like their voice was captured in this final draft, because it is due to the bill sponsors on August 1st.
Great. So with that, I'm sure everyone has had an opportunity to read the report. A lot of people have been involved in providing feedback to the report. So I'll open the floor if folks have questions about the report, if they need clarification, if they think anything is missing or that their voice isn't heard. Now's the time to raise your hand. Tricia?
Hi, Commissioner Messner, thanks. One thing, and I don't know if this is the right place to discuss it, and sorry, I'm having Zoom issues, Teams issues. I've looked at the forms and it's challenging to tease out if it's surface water or groundwater that's being used. And I don't know if, is this the right place to talk about the forms, but and it makes it hard to understand the water resource landscape when you can't figure out where the water's coming from. Yeah. So just a comment on that.
And so just so I understand your question, what I think you're asking is not necessarily produced water, but when it comes to what type of water, what type of fresh water is being utilized and completions activities, does the report identify, like in a graph or with percentages, how much is being utilized from agricultural sources or how much is being utilized from electrical sources? Is that what you're asking?
Well, more so, is it surface water or is it fresh water? And where is, I'm sorry, is it groundwater or is it surface water? And where in the production activities, where is it groundwater versus surface water that's being used? I guess that's kind of the generally what is challenging to tease out.
Right. I don't believe that our forms, that we have a form that really identifies those. We have on the form 47, we do have the volumes of fresh water by source, but it still doesn't really go into whether it's groundwater or surface water.
Yeah. And I think too, the other thing, Arthur, that I was having because I pulled up all the forms that you talked about in the last presentation, and I was trying to kind of crosswalk through them and figure out, like, how do you tease out the water resource landscape? And they also don't identify which permit or water right that the water is being pulled from. And if you don't have that type of information that you can crosswalk, then it's hard to track it. It's not trackable, and I wouldn't think it's enforceable either, right? So are more surface water resources being used than what's actually allocated through the permits? I don't know that you can figure that out because it's not tracked at that level. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand your question, but
okay.
No, at this time, I do not believe our forms will track back to the original water right. We have in there, whether it's an agriculture, municipal, commercial, or industrial source, but I think that's as far as it goes into the water rights of the source.
Yeah, it's pretty challenging to walk through all the different forms and really put the picture together. And I guess one thing that I think would be helpful is if all this stuff was in a portal of some sort, right? In one big database instead of all these multiple different types of forms that you're trying to pull information from to help you understand how water is being managed. So just a comment and observation just from the look that I did across all the forms that you talked about. But it's great work. I appreciate the presentation. It's been very helpful and educational. So thank you.
Thank you.
Clay?
Morning, Commissioner. It's Clay Terry. Arthur, great job you and your team for putting this information together and reviewing it with us. I have a question relative to the Form 7W and the time frame over which your data is reported from 2023 to 2024. Just a question, it's evident that you can see an increased utilization, or at least reporting, by the number of operators as you go through that timeline. But the question I have is, do you have any kind of a sense as to how complete a picture this actually is at this moment in time?
Not yet. I would say it's getting better. That, as you can see in the table that we gave, you can see in the beginning there was fewer operators, and there's many more operators that are submitting, at least more recently. At least is what we could see within up through March, that there was increased use. So hopefully, usually in my experience, when we release new forms, it kind of takes a little while to get everything up and going. And so I would be optimistic that we're going to have more of that higher rate of reporting as time goes on, and it will probably stay consistently higher.
Okay, thank you. And one other question, Commissioner, do you guys believe that this will be an ongoing practice of tracking and presenting the data, essentially with what Arthur and the team has compiled up to this point? Will it be an ongoing and consistent effort in the future?
From my perspective, yes. I think the consortium has an obligation to continue to compile and evaluate this information as it helps the consortium in a number of different tasks, both currently and into the future. And specifically, as per the legislative requirements of the consortium, the consortium is required to update any reuse and recycling targets that we make recommendations on an annual basis. And so I think for us to be able to evaluate and update any of those recommendations moving forward, we certainly would need the most currently available information. And so I do think it's an ongoing evaluation and reporting mechanism. And I think this is a snapshot in time. And I think it needs to just be acknowledged and understood that the best available data was being utilized in this particular effort. And that data, I think, will just improve over time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, it was always my plan once I started looking at what we were doing with the data is that we will most likely will have to be reporting it to the commission on some sort of regular basis, whether that's quarterly or once a year.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you.
Irene?
Hi, thank you. This is really a lot of work, clearly, and it's been very helpful. Do we have on here, maybe I missed it, how many injection wells are being done with the produced water from the DJ?
Like a count of how many?
Well, just a pie chart of, I'm just curious how much the DJ is actually injecting versus reusing.
We did not include one like that within this report, but we probably can generate something like that.
That would be helpful. Great, thank you.
Harmony?
I want to highlight a couple things here. I think this information is incredibly helpful and also disappointing. Frac Tracker is definitely a voluntary system, and the lack of data that we have up until this point is always a little bit surprising on me, because I'm like, how do we make decisions in the past without knowing these things? And I want to also say that the reason why we're actually looking at actual water usage for the first time this year is because we got up here and people who worked on this legislation, thank you, Irene, thank you, Jolie, like things like that, because we asked them to do so. Otherwise, we wouldn't have it here today. So I think it's really important that we sit in these seats and we utilize these spaces to keep pushing and asking for better data, better information, and better policies. Because I also work closely with Angelique and lots of other faith-based groups and other people who believe that water has a feeling, a memory, is the source of all life. It is us and we are it, and vice versa. And I just take this so seriously. As the more research I do, the more depressing it all gets. And on these days where we're going into days where it is extremely hot, where it is extremely polluted, and we are talking about more decisions to use up our precious water resources. I can't remember if it came across in this report, but can you tell me the total usage by basin from this report or the data that you collected?
Like the total amount of use for hydraulic fracturing?
Yes.
I believe it is we included it in the tables. I think they're in the appendices that has all that information that we use to make the graphs, including the amounts.
Okay, and then do we have a copy of this presentation?
I will make sure Hope has a copy of it.
Okay.
So, remember the presentation, these are just snippets that are coming out of the report.
Right.
The report,
yep.
Totally. And I went and pulled the report. Oh, sorry, go ahead. But that's
you have the report both in your inbox, and then it was brought in the chat here. It's also on the website, and so those are all available to folks that are on the call.
I definitely have that, but I can say, like, for like my time availability and how I communicate it out to other people, this was a much better presentation than handing someone the report. And so I asked for that. And then the final thing that I just want to highlight is I go back to the best data points that I have available for me up until we're getting this new data. And one of them has been the cumulative impacts of oil and gas report. And in there, there's the first true ups of looking from estimates to actuals. And they're 30% higher. And I just really think that it's important that we are looking at actuals whenever we can and the best data presentations. And I know I'm rambling a little bit at this point, but again, it's a lot from what Angelique said to the work that we're doing here, to the high temperatures that we're seeing, and of high concern that there are people, like living people, plants, beings right now that don't have enough water. And we are making the choices to let one industry use it once to the point of extinction, then put it in the ground, and the whole process of it all. And I just want to elevate that.
Thank you. Eric?
Yes, good morning, Eric England. I just wanted to thank Arthur and Director Dalton and Aaron and those who were part of the process of soliciting feedback and following up. I thought that process was very professional, and I appreciate the thoroughness with that. And then seeing some of that information in the report cataloged. I just appreciate your efforts to continue to put together these great products. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin?
Yes, thank you for the report. It's clear that there was a lot of effort and information put into here. I think that for my comments on this report, the initial availability, I also want to highlight the opposite of the produced water, which is the fresh water. What is the cost of current fresh water for all the municipalities, right? Like what is the economics of using that for that area? Because we know in the DJ Basin, not a lot of it is reused, but it may have some of the highest costs of water from utilities and whatnot, right? So I think that having that big picture and, you know, using some of this information, I mean, it may be another report later down the line, but I think when it comes to water policy, you know, it cost also, you know, for the rest of the community should also play a factor in how we make these choices.
Thanks, Kevin. Just, I want to make sure I fully understand your comment. There are tables in the existing report that highlight, based on information provided from the Division of Water Resources, how much fresh water is being utilized in oil and gas activities as compared to other uses of water statewide from other activities, whether that's municipal use, whether that's agriculture use, whether that's other industrial uses. There's a chart in there. Are you looking for something more than that, or I just want to make sure I understand?
I'm looking for, you know, the economics or the cost of the water in that particular area. In particular to, you know, for disproportionately impacted communities and how much of their income is actually being used for water, right? So let's just say Aurora, for example, is charging extra if you use a certain amount of water. All right, well, how much water, you know, are we actually talking about, you know, taking out from the rest of that system for this operation? And, you know, having a whole economic understanding of how much this is costing each individual basin with regards to using fresh water. I want to understand that as well. So it's not just the total volume of water, but the actual cost of, you know, how much are we getting it from the water provider? Because it does have a cost.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Jacob?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. A comment and a question. Echo the request for that deck. I understand, obviously, it's all in the report, but that deck was a really nice distillation and would be very helpful as a summary. And then the question is, it seems like there's some presumption, at least on some of these, some of the numbers that we're tracking, that we're underestimating the rate at which the forms are being filled out and their accuracy and so on. And we expect that's going to get better over time, which all makes sense. Do we have a really rough sense now, or like best guess of how off those numbers might be now? Our best guess number in the report to what's actually happening on the ground? Is it like a small margin of error, possibly 50%, orders of magnitude, just to have some sense of scale of what we might anticipate the real numbers beginning to look like as we get more and better data?
Well, the data that we use from Frac Focus is for Colorado is pretty good because the operators are required to report to Frac Focus, and that's one of the reasons why we use this. It goes back quite a ways. It's a well-established procedure, and so that I think that data can be relied on with quite a bit of certainty that it's accurate. Things like the Form 7W and 47 that are brand new, those are really, you can just use them as a snapshot right now of what we're getting in. And I think, even once we get like a year's worth of data, we can probably go back and QC it a little more and compare it to the information we've received on the form, the older version of the Form 7, and see if we're getting good reporting based on that. But I don't have a 100% certainty that we're getting all the data. I can't say with 100% certainty that we're receiving all the information we should be receiving at this time.
Sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And also just to add my kudos to the report. It's incredibly thorough and extremely helpful. Really appreciate the work.
Thank you.
Great. So I am gonna ask the group whether or not, as this is a final draft, whether or not your voices have been captured in here, whether you're comfortable. There have been a couple of comments today about things that could be modified between now and 1st of August when the report is due. But understanding that, are people comfortable with the report? Do they feel like their voices have been heard? And are we okay moving forward with this being our final draft of this deliverable? Thumbs up from many. Does anyone have concerns? Doug White.
Doug, you're on mute if you're speaking.
I was trying to find the thumbs up.
Oh. Well, it doesn't appear that anyone has any concerns with it. So with that, congratulations on accomplishing another deliverable on a final draft. I think that was excellent work and certainly was helpful for me as I start to think about other deliverables we're going to be working on. So thank you for that. With that, I think we'll take a break. It's 10:13. Let's meet back here at 10:30, and then we can start the presentation that Greg Duranlo is going to give us on the next draft deliverable, and we'll be 15 minutes early, which I'm sure will not last. Great, thank you. So next up on the agenda is a review of the first draft of deliverable 5. So again, as our process is, we've got a 3-step process where we first provide direction on what a draft could look like. We developed an initial draft of that, which is what this will be, is the first draft of deliverable 5, as we gave that initial direction on what needed to be included in, or which approach needed to be taken to develop this draft at the last meeting. So now we have the draft, and Greg Duranlo, who's the environmental manager for the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, is going to share the initial draft that was developed. So with that, I will hand it over to Greg.
Thank you, Chair Messner. I'll try and share my screen here. And first, I'll do the standard check. Can you all see presentation there? Excellent. Thank you. Well, thanks again. I'm Greg Duranlo. I'm the Environmental Unit Manager at the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. Before I get started, I want to immediately acknowledge that I will be sharing this presentation with everyone via Hope. I was literally working on it while working on finalizing it while Arthur was walking through his presentation, so it'll be hot off the press. I'd also like to acknowledge and thanks Hope and Aaron for their initial drafting in this report. I think they've done a really good job already of capturing information that we have tried to provide as ECMC. Also, thanks to Arthur and his team, Judy and Kat, and the work that they've done already putting data into this report as they were working to finalize deliverable 4 as well. And acknowledge that Judy's been just a really great partner and help for us as she's been building out data, and so we'll certainly miss her as we move forward. And then lastly, before I get started, I want to thank the consortium members, each and every one of you, for the thoughtful input that you've provided along the way, the thoughtful direction, and the work that you put into this body, and the intensity really that you bring your thoughts to this. It's greatly appreciated. So see if I can move along here. So today I'll be presenting, as Chair Messner said, the first draft of the initial report on infrastructure, storage, and treatment facilities necessary to achieve different levels of recycling and reuse of produced water. This report builds on the prior deliverables, especially the data analyzed in deliverables 3 and 4. So I'll briefly summarize the work that's been done to date, just to reset the table for where we're going. Generally, this lays out the contents of the report as it stands right now. As we receive feedback, the contents could certainly change. And my presentation will really follow this rough outline that is based on the table of contents. So again, we'll start with a brief look back over the prior deliverables to kind of set the stage for where we're going. At deliverable 1, we identified several key findings around best practices for recycling and reuse. Importantly, we found that reuse of produced water and hydraulic fracturing is a common practice. Found that additional oil and gas formation specific enhanced oil recovery research and pilot studies are needed, and so those are more long-term studies that we're talking about. There are multiple different treatment technologies available to treat produced water. Those, depending, we'll talk about fit for use later. So different technologies will apply to different end uses. Acknowledge that reuse and recycling of produced water must comply with existing regulations, and noted that there are numerous regulatory bodies that exert influence over recycling and reuse of produced water. Engaging and listening to workers and communities will contribute to improved outcomes for disproportionately impacted communities and the environment. So, again, that community engagement that this group has done such a great job of fostering and bringing voices together is super important. Lastly, additional in-field air quality research is needed to identify and quantify air quality emissions associated with produced water management. Deliverable 2 really dove into the regulatory considerations around produced water, made 14 recommendations, which I've sort of lumped and summarized here briefly for the sake of brevity. Firstly, better definition, clarity, and consistency of terms among regulatory bodies so that when different agencies are talking to one another, they're using the same language. Better coordination and communication among regulatory bodies, including through establishment of memoranda of understanding or memoranda of agreement. Better data management and data sharing. And, we heard this again, in Harmony's comments today, would like to see this on the dashboard. Obviously, there are challenges to, as Tricia pointed out, there are challenges to the forms and the way the data is brought in and the time that the data are brought in. And so, that remains a challenge, and who's responsible for maintaining data at various stages. So, that's certainly something that needs to be evaluated and worked on moving forward. Establishment of a single point of contact for environmental justice concerns related to produced water management. And I'll just note there that ECMC, through a different set of legislation, has 2 disproportionately impacted community liaisons that we are working to hire. And it seems to me that this might be something that fits into their scope of work, though I'm not sure that that's already been inserted into their workflow. Then the report also had 6 additional considerations, and those included evaluating cost constraints, because obviously, I think I've heard in these discussions before, water can be treated to any level. It's just a matter of cost, and that's true. It's unnecessary to overtreat water for a certain purpose, or overspend on that treatment. Potential community benefits of treatment facilities, including increases to local tax base, jobs, and treated water availability for use. And then I highlighted and bolded the fit for purpose approach to recycling and reuse outside of the oil field. We'll talk about fit for purpose reuse inside the oil field a little bit later. Environmental considerations and concerns associated with treatment, storage, and transportation of produced water, and then greenhouse gas impacts from treatment, transportation, and storage. You'll note that there's only 5 bullets there, and I said 6 additional considerations. So I didn't include all of them, or I tried to combine them to, again, for the sake of brevity. As some who work with me regularly know, brevity is not my strong point. So moving on to deliverable 3, this is where we started to talk about the current state of infrastructure, produced water infrastructure. So I've just highlighted the sort of the example from the DJ Basin produced water infrastructure, and how it's typically laid out, and significant components include the production side across the top. So, from the wells through the separators and on-site storage, or near-site storage, we might say. The transportation infrastructure via pipeline or trucks, the treatment infrastructure here in the middle, and then, water disposal obviously is a big component of the infrastructure, and that treated water for reuse at a hydraulic fracturing site. Note that storage is required at all of these interim steps. So regardless of where the water is being managed, it does need to be stored. This table from deliverable 3 summarizes certain key components of produced water infrastructure by basin. Note that similar ratios of producing wells to UIC disposal wells in 3 of the 4 basins, the DJ, Piceance, and Raton. And then the lower number of centralized E&P waste management facilities specifically used for produced water in the DJ Basin compared to the Piceance. So looking closely at the western portion of the DJ Basin, and this figure is figure 15 from deliverable 3, and then I've zoomed in a little bit, so it's slightly blurry just because I just zoomed into the picture. It's clear that the produced water pipeline infrastructure is discontinuous across the region. There are some interconnected wells, but it's not interconnected across the entire region. And where there are no wells, there is no produced water infrastructure. And even in the developed area, the systems do not appear to have ideal connectivity. So the pipelines are also not connected to centralized E&P waste management facilities, two things that we really see in the Piceance Basin. And then just please recall that as we went through deliverable 3, there were significant limitations on some of the data that were used in the analyses. So key findings from deliverable 3, the flowline data reveals significant variations in the infrastructure for transporting produced water. Pit data reveals widespread use of pit-based water management, especially in the Raton Basin. But recall that we noted that not all pits are, ideal fit for purpose for reuse and recycling. Centralized exploration and production waste management facilities data shows robust infrastructure in the Piceance Basin, but limited facilities in the DJ Basin. And lastly, UIC disposal well data shows reliance on this technology across the Piceance, San Juan, and DJ Basins, contrasted with the Raton Basin, which uses UIC, some UIC disposal wells, but also pits and surface discharge. Now, Arthur went into great detail covering deliverable 4, but I'm going to touch again on a few points that just drive us towards deliverable 5. So first, note that the proportion of produced water disposed versus reused, 13% reuse, 87% disposed. And, again, this is Form 7W data. So it goes from July 2023 to March of 2024, but just shows that significant amount of disposed water and limited amount of reused water. Oops, slide. And again, just looking at the produced water by basin, this shows, the comparison of water used for hydraulic fracturing in the yellowish side of these pies, and then the amount of water produced in the basins in the blue side. So, where you can see more water produced in the Piceance Basin than that is used for hydraulic fracturing, in comparison to more water used for hydraulic fracturing than is produced in the DJ Basin. Next, this slide compares water used for hydraulic fracturing versus water produced by county. So, very similar to the prior slide, just broken down by county instead of by basin. And then this shows the proportion of water used for hydraulic fracturing by basin, just again showing the dominance of the water used in the DJ Basin from 2019 to 2023. Again, Arthur went through the key findings, of deliverable 4, so I won't belabor that point. Just wanted to kind of use this again as a summary slide of what that deliverable found. So moving now to where this deliverable is going. The first section provides consideration of existing reuse strategies, kind of generally, and discusses Colorado's approach to water reuse. And based on those existing and established practices and requirements, make some recommendations for produced water recycling. So beyond produced water, this section covers reuse sort of more generally. The non-potable water reuse section discusses types of reusable water, such as domestic wastewater, gray water, rainwater, stormwater, and produced water. Discusses common water quality approaches, so sort of a tiered approach to produce or to water quality for reuse, again depending on whether it's going to be reused for flushing toilets or reused for irrigation, reused for golf course irrigation, or reused for crops. And then, all of these are really driven by public health approaches. So the evaluation of the exposure risks to pathogens and chemicals are sort of the driving forces behind that. And then, we noted in the report a new approach to non-potable reuse, which is log reduction targets, which basically sort of give a target of a treatment target based on chemical reduction, either 99.9% versus 99.99%. And again, these are driven by the exposure risk to pathogens and chemicals. So Colorado's approach to water reuse, believe it is a nation-leading approach. We were early adopters of, regulatory authorization for reuse of water. Over time, since 1998, it's expanded uses from just landscape irrigation to car washes to toilet flushing, to limited use in domestic. One could use their own reused water to irrigate crops, like on a small plot for their own consumption. The Regulation 88 establishes best management practices and reporting requirements, which becomes pretty important as we move along. The Water Quality Control Commission also established Regulation 86, which spells out treatment technologies, provides for local control and administration of reuse of water, provides some limited uses, landscape irrigation and toilet flushing. This is reuse of gray water, and I'm surprised I didn't show that in here. And also provides volume limitations. So Regulation 86 is specific to gray water reuse. And then Colorado's primary drinking water regulations, Regulation 11, is direct potable reuse, and this is a requirement the significant requirement there is that it meets the EPA Safe Drinking Water Act standards. So based on sort of the history and past uses and recycling and reuse in other applications, not specific to produced water, the report makes some recommendations for produced water recycling. And so those are to consider using indicator compounds, establishing monitoring and critical control points for the reuse, consider using water quality standards or LRTs, and I hate it when I use a acronym that even I forget because I just used it here and I can't remember what it is. I apologize. Just it slipped right out of my head. Learn from other states who are using and other water reuse regulations. So obviously the more we can do to work with other states and other regulatory bodies, the better. Consider the incorporation of a National Science Foundation or other trusted institution testing and approval of treatment technologies. So actually establishing sort of standards for those treatment technologies, conduct robust stakeholder process to determine water quality needs for public health and protection, again, relying on the science there of those risk and exposure-based limitations. Consider local controls and statewide controls. So some pretty good recommendations to explore there. So the report walks through several issues that need to be considered when establishing requirements or evaluating proposals for recycling and reuse. This may not be an exhaustive list, but we've started exploring health and environmental considerations, socioeconomic considerations, regulatory and legal considerations, as well as economic and technological considerations. So, you know, from the health and environmental perspective, produced water quality, obviously, you know, that water quality is going to keep coming up over and over again. And then that risk of exposure or the risk of spills to the environment, those are obviously considerations that need to be given. Socioeconomic, you know, again, as this board has or this group has discussed, you know, in the past already, certainly disproportionately impacted communities, you know, are bearing the brunt of existing infrastructure development, you know, in industry. And so, you know, just making sure that as we're looking at how we reuse and recycle produced water, that we're evaluating that exposure risk to DI communities. The regulatory and legal considerations, you know, I've mentioned, and deliverable 2 really went into the interplay of different regulatory jurisdictions. There remain unresolved legal questions about water rights and ownership. You know, once you start turning a waste product into a usable product and trying to monetize that, then that's obviously a consideration that needs to be made. And potential liability should something go wrong down the road. You know, who is sort of left as the party responsible. Economic and technological considerations, you know, treatment costs. Again, I talked about, you know, throw enough money at it, you can, you know, treat it to absolute purity, but is that necessarily necessary? And then, you know, the scalability of any treatment, whether it's scaling it up for a one well site or scaling it for a commercial facility that's servicing multiple, you know, that's a vendor to multiple industry operators. So there are summaries and links to several case studies in the report. I'm not going to go into detail about them here. Suffice it to say that there's been an interest in solving this issue in Colorado for nearly a decade, and various companies have been looking at it from different perspectives, and looking at it in different operational environments throughout the state. The case studies that were brought forward, you know, represent various different areas of the state where they've made efforts to try and evaluate different sort of segments and aspects of the recycling and reuse program. So the next section in the report is the evaluation of infrastructure in oil and gas production basins, and this is currently still being developed. And so, you know, we're still working through this. I do have, and basically what we're hoping to do with this analysis is provide a snapshot of oil and gas activity over the last decade as it's gone on, you know, and that'll help serve as help our effort to forecast future activities and aid in the evaluation of infrastructure needs. Thankfully I did receive a presentation that our team built here at ECMC. So I'm going to try and switch presentations, and I'm pretty confident that this is not going to work well, so bear with me. And first I'll try dragging. If I just drag this across, did that change what you're seeing on the screen, or do you still see the big blue screen with nothing else on it?
We just see the big blue screen with evolution of infrastructure and oil and gas production base.
Okay, then what I'll do is I'm going to stop sharing for a moment, and then I will reshare. Let's see, stop sharing here. And share screen here. Let's see if I can turn this into presentation mode. Okay. I need to minimize that. And where is that? Let's try this. Do you see a boring white presentation now?
That's the one.
All right, great. So basically, this will be quick. It actually looks better when you do it quick, so I'll try not to talk too much. Essentially, this has, you know, all of the well completions from 2012 to 2023, you know, shown as dots on the maps in different colors. As we scroll through from pre-2013, you know, this is several years of data, so it really is kind of big blobs. But then as we get into the discrete years, you know, 2013, 2014, I know that one's hard to see, 2015, 2016, 17, 18, 19, 2020, 2021, 22, and 23. You know, just a couple of really quick off the top, you know, sort of rudimentary observations, right? Like there's nothing too surprising in here. The development has happened in the established basins where the oil and gas resources are known to be. You know, I think one thing that's interesting looking at it is the density of dots, for example. And certainly, you know, there were years, 2015, for example, where, you know, there was pretty high density, and some other years where the density was much lower. One thing that I think is also noticeable if you look at the DJ Basin is it starts to look like the wells are being developed out on the margins of the basin rather than in the heart. So again, trying to use this for some level of predictability of what the future may hold. We'll develop these maps. They'll look a little more consistent to the maps you've seen, but I wanted to give you all a sneak peek of sort of you know, where we're going with this analysis. Now I'll stop sharing that, try and get out of that presentation and back into this one. Share screen, and I'll go with this, share. All right, back to blue slides, yes? Great.
Yeah.
So I'll spend a little more time exploring the infrastructure, storage, and technology needed to achieve different levels of recycling and reuse of produced water, relying on some information, again, that you've seen before from Arthur or in previous presentations, and also throwing a couple of new slides at you that are actually not, they're not included in the report itself. I'm more throwing them out there to sort of spark some brainstorming, you know, so that we can get some feedback on what might be helpful in the analysis going forward. So first, just in terms of overall infrastructure storage technology needed to achieve different levels, the opportunity, we see the highest opportunity in the DJ Basin. Again, looking at the you know, looking at this pie chart, there is, you know, a lot of water used in hydraulic fracturing, though there is not the equivalent amount of water produced there. We still see that as a pretty high target for increasing produced water reuse and recycling. So in 2023, in all of the DJ Basin, there was 170 million barrels of produced water produced, and 250 or 249 million barrels used for completions. And most of that was in Weld County. And of that 249 million, only 3% were recycled water. In 2023 in Weld County, there were 80 million barrels of produced water produced, and 240 million barrels used for completions. And I see I need to edit this slide. I obviously copied this list down because most in Weld County, that was all for Weld County. So I apologize about that. And that recycling number went down by 0.1%. It was to 2.9%. And the 3% and the 2.9%, that's, I'm sort of combining data here. That was data from the Form 7W. So it's not exactly a direct comparison. I couldn't pull out the equivalent barrels because this table or this figure is for 2023, whereas the data in the 7W is, as Arthur talked about, is from July 2023 through March 2024. We know that some of those months are incomplete. So that's why I just put those percentages there to kind of show where we are right now. For the DJ Basin infrastructure map, I'm going to zoom into this area down here, and this is where I'll start to introduce some things that aren't actually in the report itself, just for the sake of discussion here. So this is, as you can see from this blurry image, here's I-25 and I-76. So we're looking here at the sort of eastern area of the Wattenberg field. Fort Collins, Greeley sits up here, like Keensburg would be maybe down in here, Fort Morgan's out here. And so if we look in at this area in the circle here, one thing, and this is now, I pulled this from our COGIS maps, so this is available to any of you all to play around with on our map software. These diamonds represent in-process Forms 2A, which are an indication that an operator intends to drill wells from a location at each of these diamonds. You can see there are a couple of the pipeline networks shown, and unfortunately on COGIS, I'm not able to limit them just to the produced water pipelines, so there may be oil gathering pipelines in here as well. But nonetheless, these line up with the pipeline infrastructure that we've previously identified in those areas. And what you can see is that we've got some significant gaps in where wells have been horizontally drilled. And then what we've also got is, the operator plans to fill in those areas, yet these proposed locations fit in between two different produced water pipeline systems. So the proposal here is not connected to that infrastructure. Without a significant investment in pipeline infrastructure, the operator would be left to truck water to these locations. This zooms out a bit further. And so what I'm showing here, and this is the area we were just looking at here at the sort of eastern edge of the Wattenberg field. This shows really the whole thermal anomaly of the DJ Basin Wattenberg field area. And what you can see here is that these Form 2As that are currently in process, though there are some down in the heart of the Wattenberg field, they're mostly, filling in these areas with gaps, and they're being proposed on the margins of the areas that have already been drilled out. And what is also apparent, though not readily apparent from this diagram, is they're not really connected on a flow line system. And again, as we've learned previously, there were only 4 centralized E&P waste management facilities in the DJ Basin designed for water, and they're not really tied into that network either. So again, just hoping to kind of flesh this type of information out in the report. But I think this provides sort of takes that data of where things have been happening for the last decade and looks at where they're going to be happening as we move forward. This table here, I again included for discussion purposes. Just thinking about in deliverable 4, we talked about basically the average total volume used in hydraulic fracturing on a per well basis is about 33,000 barrels. And so just looking at different, like if we try to recycle or reuse 5% of the water, or use 5% recycled water, that's 16,000 barrels. And then I was just trying to think, what does it take to store that water on site? All water that's used for completions requires storage. Even the non-recycled and reused. But I just wanted to think about the different storage options for recycling and reuse of produced water. Could be stored in a pit, could be stored in frac tanks. We talked about modular large volume tanks, of which minion tanks are a variety. So I just kind of threw them in, at 5%. And then the other thing I wanted to look at with this table was how much land surface does that reuse and recycling take in acres. And so pits wind up actually being a pretty efficient land surface disturbance way of storing water. Obviously, they need to be constructed and designed. They're significant infrastructure and construction. Frac tanks, very easy to deploy, mobile, can put them out, but they do take up a pretty big amount of area. And then the minion tanks, and I just based it on a 6,500 barrel minion tank. They take up actually even more land surface, and that actually surprised me. I expected to see that the frac tanks would take up the most land surface area, but it turns out they're fairly efficient. So this just provides some different levels of recycling and reuse up to 50%. I didn't go further than 50% because, again, looking at the availability of produced water in the DJ Basin, we start to run into a ceiling there. So just some things I put in for discussion. And Mike, I'm getting pretty close to the end of my presentation. If I'd be happy to come back to your question on that. Thank you. Let's see. So also just talking about other technology beyond just storage necessary to achieve different levels of reuse and recycling. As we noted in the consortium's first deliverable on best practices, it is a well-established practice, recycling and reuse of produced water. So what do we really need to make it happen? The primary issues when considering the technology are the quality and quantity of produced water. So how much is available and what quality does it need to be in order to reuse it? You need to consider the location, because if it's not near where you need it, then you have to consider the transportation and movement of that water. And if you'll recall these two figures from Arthur's presentation and deliverable 4, when taken together, they really show that the produced water on the west slope is not readily available to the DJ Basin where the greatest need is. Treatment technologies, require characterization through laboratory analysis, followed by selection of the most appropriate treatment methodologies. I talked about physical, chemical, and biological, or maybe some combination of treatment options. And then lastly, a consideration must be made for the waste stream associated with water treatment. So if you remove dissolved solids or suspended solids from water, then you have a concentrated waste that you need to manage. So that's something to consider. And lastly, lately, brine mining for other minerals or metals such as lithium has been explored. And so that's, it's great that people are starting to look at that concentrated waste stream and then say, well, what benefit can we pull out of that? So again, just, the technology, the conversations are evolving, and it's again so powerful that this group is part of that. So as we move, further down into the meat of the report, what you'll find is we're still developing the content of these sections. So identifying the requirements for different levels. This is going to, build on some of the analysis that we do above. The water quality discussion, the regulatory framework, how do we make this work? And so these will be topics that we will explore further. Just talking about water quality, Arthur explained this earlier, and showed this image from deliverable 4 that water quality varies by basin, formation, and over time. And both the USGS, the Geological Survey, and ECMC both track produced water quality in Colorado. USGS has 115,000 produced water and other deep formation samples in their database, and ECMC has been collecting and tracking water quality data since the late 1990s. So we have also tens of thousands of data points submitted under multiple different rules, 800 series for UIC wells, and the 909J for pit sampling that we've talked about in the past. So, diving into the regulatory framework again, I mentioned, that there's numerous regulatory agencies that exert oversight over this. Some have direct oversight, like ECMC, Water Quality Control Commission, Division of Water Resources, the Environmental Protection Agency. Some are sort of more indirect, Air Pollution Control Division, Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and then some have sort of both direct and indirect pressure, like local governments are a great example of that. So in 1998, as I mentioned, Water Quality Control Commission began exploring changes to the Water Quality Control Act to allow for reuse of reclaimed water. This led to Regulation 84, and that contains treatment standards and end uses for reuse of domestic wastewater. Produced water can be treated for a variety of different water qualities, depending on the end use. And so, that fit for purpose, even within the industry, is really going to be important to consider as we move forward. I want to thank Brandy Honeycutt for providing the information here regarding the qualitative or quantitative risk assessment evaluation. So it's kind of a really step-by-step method. You formulate the problem, you evaluate the hazard identification, the hazard characterization, exposure assessment, and risk characterization, and then based on that step-by-step analysis, you come up with a risk management strategy. Depending on your end use, it might be in hydraulic fracturing. In the industry, that's obviously the sort of bulk of the reuse opportunity, but there's also research and pilot studies. That's pulling that water out of the system and doing research and determining other treatment options is certainly important. And then the industrial processes ancillary to oil and gas. Maybe there's cooling water and things like that it can be used for. Getting close here. We're still developing this sort of forecasting water and infrastructure needs. So, I think this will be, somewhat hypothetical as we push this out, but we'll look at, the forecasts of oil and gas activity. This is something that I think our the members of the consortium in industry and produced water could really, provide some good information on where and how much the need's going to be. And then, also the opportunities specific to the DJ Basin. Again, we'll dive into those in some depth as we build towards that in the report. So certainly looking forward to input from consortium members, especially, there will certainly be a need for those industry partners to help drive us towards where they think things are going. Obviously, we'll take all of those voices into consideration as we move this forward. And so that wraps up my presentation. I'll go ahead and stop sharing. And I know Mike Freeman had his hand raised during the question or during the presentation. So maybe Chair Messner, if you want to start with him, and then I'm happy to take questions from everybody.
Thanks, Greg. Great presentation. Obviously, a lot of work already happening in the development of this draft. I'm sure consortium members have lots of questions and are willing to always share their thoughts. And so we'll start with Mike.
Thanks, Chair Messner, and thanks for that, Greg. That was really helpful and interesting. The questions, I actually had two questions about your table regarding the footprint required for various levels of storage for various levels of reuse. The first one is, and I apologize if I overlooked something here, with the acreage numbers for like total tanks, total pits, was that basin wide for each level, or was that per well for basic for
yeah, no, thanks for that. That was all based on per well. So
okay.
Thinking, and that would be something again that a discussion with industry would help me out with in fleshing that out, because if you've got an 8-well pad, you don't necessarily need 8 pits of that size. You can use the same pit, but then as you're cycling through the well or through the pad, you might actually need bigger because you need 150% capacity in order to keep the operation moving.
Okay, good. Thank you. And then a kind of a related question would be, especially at the higher levels of recycling, like 50%, presumably there's a lot of existing infrastructure that's used to manage that water for disposal. And with that, say the additive, 3 acres, 4 acres, whatever the figures are, could that be offset to some degree because you need less pits, less tanks, or less infrastructure for the water being disposed of, because part of that stream is being redirected to recycling? In other words, would it be the case that you wouldn't necessarily need another 3 acres or whatever per well site? You might need somewhat less than that because you need less tanks for disposal of some of that water.
So I think two things. As I said, like, all water is going to need to be stored at some point at some place, right? So storage is going to be an issue, whether you're reusing it, disposing it, or it's fresh water. And so I would say the offset is more associated with the freshwater storage that you're not having to store than the disposal water, and primarily because of location, right? Like, the disposal wells are centralized here and there, and they're able to, they have significant volumes of storage on site, but they're moving that water downhole as fast as they can. And as opposed to, you're actually storing it for sort of a one-time slug down the hydraulic fracture, right? Like, so that's, you sort of need to fill up the basin or fill up your tank or whatever your storage unit is, and then be able to draw from it incredibly fast to complete a hydraulic fracture.
So the storage is really more about what they need for the completions than how they're managing the produced water.
On site, yes, sir.
Okay, great. Great, that's super helpful. Thanks.
Yep, thanks for the questions.
Lowell?
Yeah, great presentation. There is so much in here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. So I just want to, this is my continued clarifying question comment. Are we talking about when you are saying, taken from other I'm just like looking back at my notes, taken from other Colorado regulations and strategies, consider using indicator compounds, monitoring, and critical control points. Are we talking about for in-field recycling, just because semantics of in-field versus outfield reuse recycling are super interchangeable? Yeah, all of this is in-field.
Yeah. I mean, our focus is still on infield. I think those recommendations, though, as you pull from, those other reuse, whether it's gray water or domestic wastewater reuse strategies, as you pull from those are going to apply to infield or outfield. That for some reason that infield sounds normal, but outfield sounds weird. So those are going to apply regardless. But again, our focus really is on infield opportunities first.
Yeah, and then of course my note of caution, which is, if we are going to be, we have a deliverable, I can't remember which one it is, and I think it's our last deliverable, to think about, what sort of research we need to understand if we should be even considering outfield use. And sort of that suggests that we don't necessarily have the information that we need in existing standards or tools to even, identify it. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that and say that we have what we need to understand exposure hazards for outfield use at this point. That's my only note of caution in all of this, and it just gets a little conflated in there.
I'll take that as a really helpful comment, but not necessarily a question. Thank you.
Thank you.
John?
From the operator's perspective in the Raton Basin, just a couple points. I hope that our produced water reuse and recycle plans that are submitted to the ECMC, I hope that is a basis by which some of these presentations, or at least it's helpful in these presentations. And the emphasis is on the actual requests that we have received for reused produced water. I think that's critical. So you would ask an operator, who has asked you and for what purposes have they asked you for access to produced water to be reused? And I think that's important. In our basin, and it's included in our produced water reuse and recycle plan as submitted to the ECMC, the county has asked for produced water for spreading to improve the safety on their more rural roads. It would help them in budgetary because it stabilizes the roads, as the landowners have also asked for that. So using that in the rural roads in what I call more rural counties has a safety factor, and it also helps the county in their budgetary constraints. Number two, the requests we receive, particularly this time of year, for produced water for fire suppression and mitigation for wildlife, and what the infrastructure would be surrounding that request. And then also, we also have use for the beneficial use for livestock watering, livestock and wildlife watering. And technically, those that produced water does not affected by storage. That will go directly from the well to a permitted stock tank, both for Colorado Parks and Wildlife or for large ranchers, or again, permitted. And then the other one is the produced water that goes to watersheds and permitted discharges. Are those factors included in your presentation and your research? The last thing is, when you say minion tank for water that is stored and used for completions, I assume you're talking about the larger tanks which hold the produced water, but then that water is piped over land temporarily with inline pumps, and that feeds frac operations at multiple sites. So there are situations where you'll have a larger tank that holds produced water for frac operations, but that feeds multiple locations. So that reduces your footprint on each location. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
It does, and so I can reply to all of that, I think, and help remind me if I don't catch something. But to your first sort of set of points about, I think that really is talking about outside of the oil field reuse and recycling. Putting it to putting produced water to a beneficial use outside of the produced water, whether that's for road spreading for dust suppression or agricultural, livestock watering, wildlife management, fire suppression. And so, but I will say that those all do sort of fall into that same fit for use evaluation where, it's only going to be beneficial to wildlife if you put it in a stream and it doesn't kill fish, right? Like, and it's only going to be beneficial for road spreading if it doesn't run off and cause a salt kill off the side of the road, right? Like, so I think that evaluation still holds through that process. And then I will just in follow up on your minion tank. Yes, I mean, I did a quick, I would call that a back of the envelope analysis, and certainly putting like a centralized, where I showed the example of the four Form 2As that an operator is proposing, and there's no infrastructure around them. Well, let's say they proposed a fifth pad that had all their water storage and treatment on it, and they use that centralized pad. They might create 1 8-acre pad instead of expanding each individual site by 2 acres, right? Like, so I think there is definitely an opportunity there, and I think that's something that, again, probably learning some lessons from the Western Slope. I know in the past we have reviewed and approved Forms 2A for sort of centralized frac water storage sites. And so I think that's something that could certainly be done.
Thank you.
Emma?
Thank you for that. And I apologize for calling in on my phone. I'm at a conference, so taking time away from that conference to chat with all of y'all. I really appreciate Coel and John's comments, and Greg, thank you for that really helpful back and forth. In working with my team in Adams County, Katie Keefe, one of my staffers in Adams, was able to talk through some of the things that have come up in conversation. Due to technical difficulties, I've sent that over manually to Hope to integrate. But just to add comments, particularly on page 12, I think is relevant to the conversation we're having here, because one of the things that we need to be evaluating as we're looking at this deliverable 5 before we even get to deliverable 9 in July of 2025. Just looking at deliverable 5 on page 12, we need to talk about exacerbating existing disproportionately impacted communities, because as this conversation is going, if we don't understand the toxicological risk assessment for ecosystems and wildlife, that outfield use cannot be calculated without understanding what the impacts are going to be. And it is really important that we're seeing the human health risk assessment, but we also need to include the ecosystem and wildlife exposures, because rural creeks and streams form potable water for communities and for neighbors and for well systems. And so I will be making sure and working with Hope to make sure that those comments get added in. But as we're considering the safety systems here, we also need to be considering, what is that? I think it's an old Donald Rumsfeld quote, the unknown unknowns. Am I getting my right historical figure? There's the known unknowns, and then there's unknown unknowns. And I think, unfortunately, here we're dealing with a lot of unknown unknowns. And so as we do our evaluation, I want to make sure we're prioritizing human risks, but also ecosystem and ecological impacts, and the unknown toxicological impacts of introducing chemicals into a water stream.
Thanks for that. I will note that that page 12 is summarizing that deliverable number 2, that was covering the regulatory policy coordination. So I'm not saying that ship has sailed by any means, because that's what that report was telling us, is that like those are really important considerations for us to carry forward in our discussions. So you're right, that needs to be considered as we're engaging in this discussion right now.
Thank you for that. And I do appreciate what you're saying about the deliverable timelines and them each being unique. But as we understand more about this topic, and we have all been, taking in, I don't know what the right word is, but taking in such a high volume of information for those of us who are non-scientists on the call to make sure that we're including things as we learn them. So thank you for that.
Yeah, excellent. I appreciate that feedback.
Irene?
Hi, thank you, Irene Andrus. I'm curious about if a midstream company is going to be building infrastructure to take product from the well, then all of the permitting and all that work could also be used for water infrastructure as well. So I understand that the midstream comes in much later, and you need the water at the start of the drilling and not at the end when you're actually producing. But nevertheless, you're using the same crew, you need the same permits. I mean, can't that be moved up so that both of those could be laid at the same time in the beginning?
Yeah, I agree that that's a really important consideration. It's a chicken and egg question. And what we have seen in the past is that those pipeline rights of way trail the actual development of the resource. And some of that is a financial consideration and a guarantee that there'll be something to flow through the pipes. So, that's maybe something that our industry folks could provide a little bit more insight on. As I mentioned, I think in my presentation on deliverable 3, there was an area in the basin where the operator had really planned to have the infrastructure in place prior, and due to inability to get right-of-way access through numerous properties, it just delayed it, and their drilling schedule was already on the calendar. So it is a challenge. Is it insurmountable? I don't know. Hopefully not.
Thank you. And thanks for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Michelina?
Michelina Pollock. Greg, thank you so much. And I do love back of the envelope, graphics. So I just want to make a comment about that is most of the time they're temporary footprints or temporary surface impacts. So that might be helpful to have just one more column that says it'll decrease to this impact after, the hydraulic fracturing or the drilling completions. Because down here, they're pretty significant with our Mancus drills. So it looks like 6 acres, but when it's done, it'll be, the 1.3, acre total footprint. So I think that that's important for everyone to kind of look at. And then I would encourage everyone to walk 0.3 acres because it's really not that big. So, and if you wouldn't mind maybe adding drilling completion comparison as well to the graph, I think that that would be helpful because the water use and, fracturing versus drilling completions in the different basins, I think is important. Just as a thought to add more data.
Sure, I might follow up with you offline on that to make sure I understand that, what you're looking for in that request. But yeah, you're right. I mean, a lot of those surface disturbance associated with, the pad development and the drilling and completion operations are temporary, and they do get pulled back in interim reclamation. And again, so just kind of trying to throw it out there to, kind of do a land scale, like what are we talking about here? So I think there's a lot more that could be developed with that.
Mike?
Thanks, Chair Messner. Greg, I have a question, and I think this maybe adds to what Irene was asking about a moment ago. When I am listening to the discussion here about new Form 2As going into areas that are pretty far removed from existing treatment facilities and not being located near adequate gathering line infrastructure. I'm kind of reminded of the discussion we've had in the past about efforts to reduce venting and flaring, which also comes down to whether there's adequate, when the operator lines up the gathering infrastructure before they drill the well. And I'm wondering, is this the same kind of problem? Is there a way that we can use some of the approaches that have been taken to require avoiding flaring and venting, and apply it to this issue as well, to say, look, in addition to making sure you've got adequate gathering lines for gas and for your oil, make sure you've got adequate gathering lines for your produced water.
Yes. At the risk of making some sort of grand policy announcement, right? Like, I think that's there. I think that seems to be, sort of an appropriate thing to be looking at, right? Like how can we make this easier? What are the hurdles to establishing a new right of way for a pipeline? And once you establish that, does it make sense to put, just a single pipe in it, or does it make sense to put, 3 pipes in it? Who owns the pipe? Who's doing that work to establish the right of way? Questions like that come up. A gas gathering company wouldn't be the same company that owns, they own the gas gathering pipe. They wouldn't necessarily own the produced water pipe. And they wouldn't then own the crude oil gathering pipe. That takes that coordination. One person wants to do it at one time and somebody else wants to do it at another time. There's an advantage to certainly using the same pipeline corridor. Once the right of way is established, let's use that corridor. I've seen pipeline corridors disturbed, multiple times over several years as one company's does their work, and then a while later another company comes in and lays another pipe for their work, in the same trench. I think, well, why didn't we just put that all through there at the same time? Well, because there wasn't a need for it at the time that the first pipeline went in. So I would love it if we could snap our fingers and say, yeah, that's the way to do it. I don't think it's as simple as snapping our fingers, but I'm not, I think that analysis should be part of the future discussion.
No, thank you. I think maybe that might be a useful issue to touch on in this report, if we're thinking about, building out what ought to be required where new wells are being developed on the perimeter of the existing fields. If we're talking about what infrastructure is needed to encourage different levels of recycling, let's, maybe think about whether that, I think we're talking about 3-phase gathering, basically, right?
If you want to,
yeah.
I mean, not necessarily, because they're going to go to different places too.
Okay.
So, that's another challenge.
But yeah, I think it might be useful to at least include that, at least the discussion of that issue in the report, if we're thinking about what's needed moving forward.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts or feedbacks, realizing this isn't your only opportunity to provide feedback? Everyone will have access to the draft report. They'll have the ability to be able to provide thoughts and comments inside the report itself, as well as coordinating with Director Dalton in providing comment as well. I have a couple questions, Greg. I think this is an incredible start, and really, I think helps get my brain around some of the considerations that need to happen as we look at different potential reuse or recycling targets for new oil and gas operations. And I think the back of the envelope piece is a good one. I think that could be fleshed out a little more to take into some of the feedback and considerations that have been talked about today. And anticipated efficiencies of having multi-well pads utilizing the same facilities, either centralized or even on site? How does that change the storage requirements and the capacity? And so I think this is all good stuff. One other thing is, you know, Mike's bringing up this, the pipeline conversation, the pipeline infrastructure conversation, and I think that's a good one. We've also got a significant amount of truck traffic that's associated with new oil and gas operations that are not connected to pipeline, that are trucking produced water currently to disposal facilities or disposal wells. And, you know, what does that look like to essentially alter the route of those of the existing truck traffic to go to a centralized treatment facility instead of you know, a disposal facility? And is that a, you know, a no net adverse impact associated with that, or is there still, you know, and I know this is not determining impact, this is just talking about infrastructure, but as I think about truck traffic, it's already being trucked somewhere. Is there benefits to having trucked to a centralized disposal or centralized treatment facility, or even to storage on a new site versus it going to actual disposal areas? And so I know it talks about it a little bit in the report, but that's kind of things that I've been thinking about that might be included in that. I don't know what your thoughts are, but.
Well, I think that is a really good point, because, you know, just like the conversation about storage on site, all the water needs to be stored, all the water needs to be moved. You know, I think so comparing the movement of recycled water to just the movement of fresh water, which, you know, is arguably much easier to move around the basin. There's, you know, limited risk in the case of a pipe failure, for example, limited, you know, you can't just compare it to that. I think you're right, because if you're pulling it, you know, if the truck was going to turn left and go to disposal and now it turns right and goes to the next site, you know, those miles certainly do offset, and you know, to some degree, and I don't know, we haven't dug into that evaluation. I know that the trucking is an important consideration and is consideration that needs to be addressed, you know, as we move forward, and maybe this is a great opportunity to start that analysis.
And then one other question, and then I'll go to Clay and Commissioner Pinter. I wonder if there's any ability to include thoughts or analysis on like levels of treatment associated with storage. And this may not be the right report for that, because we're just talking about infrastructure, but there certainly may be less storage challenges associated with utilizing pits if that produced water is treated to a certain level that may eliminate some emissions associated with it, versus storing the raw produced water, which from an emission standpoint may not be ideal for a pit type storage, right? And so I don't know if that would be appropriate to incorporate into this, or if that should be a future discussion. What are your thoughts?
I think I think that is appropriate to include here. I can think of some ways that we could look at that evaluation. You know, it's almost like, well, maybe the treatment facility then would be at the production well, you know, mobile small scale treatment at a number of production wells, and then the water is centralized, like you said, if all the hydrocarbons are already knocked out of it, then storing it in, you know, open top tanks or you know, non-emission controlled tanks might be a reasonable consideration. So, you know, I'm not sure the feasibility of that. I don't think would be able to get into a feasibility analysis, but certainly a discussion of that would be appropriate.
Okay. Clay?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Clay Terry. Greg, I'm gonna just read back the strategy there. By September 1st, consortium will analyze and report on infrastructure, storage, and technology necessary to achieve different levels of recycling. That's man, we're getting down to the meat of things in terms of what needs to be done to improve our ability to use and reuse produced water. Storage being a very critical one, as you've noted. That's just an observation, but my question is, with such an aggressive timeline, are we going to have the ability to have more dialogue directly with you or other members of the consortium or the team that are putting reporting data together that may lead to a ranking of, what type of storage facilities, are going to be recommended going forward? And if so, I just don't think we have enough background data to understand how we might recommend them being ranked at this point in time, although it's going to be a very critical element, no doubt. So my question is really, will we have opportunity to chat with you guys as we look at the report and actually try to dive into more depth on some elements that appear to be more critical than just reporting, oh, there's different kinds of storage available. But take, for instance, your analysis on the minion tanks. I don't question the data that you put together or the calculations, but one of the things that minion tanks offer us with a closed bladder system is air quality maintenance and management that is not available on large volume open top tanks. And that's not even addressed here. Not that we're trying to analyze all the storage elements at the same point, but those types of analyses need to be conducted as we look toward how we rank and recommend different options to allow a greater use of produced water going forward.
Yeah, so Clay, I guess I would say, there certainly may be opportunities for direct discussion with staff, but please just work through Director Dalton
Sure.
to make sure that those requests are all, in other words, if you have a request to talk about tank storage and we have a meeting for, an hour and a half, and then, 3 days later, another member says, gosh, I'd really like to have a meeting about tank storage. We're going to be pretty inefficient on our end, and I wear a lot of hats at the agency, and this is certainly one of them. But so I would just, I would say yes, those opportunities are out there, but let's make sure that for the sake of everyone's sanity, that we funnel those through. Well, everyone except Hope, maybe we funnel those all through Hope. I would appreciate that.
Understood. Thank you.
And this will be better for your input on those things. So I do want to, say we want that, whether we can explore a singular topic to the extent that a consortium member, really desires us to dig into, again, with the time frame that we have. We may not be able to get, all the way in on everything, but sure, to have some opportunities to further develop, certain topics that will really further the conversation or advance the conversation, I think that's important.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'll just highlight, I think, what Greg's already said, which is all consortium members are going to have an opportunity to provide written input directly to the draft.
Yeah.
Via the Google Share document. So that's a great opportunity. A lot of times Director Dalton then follows up with folks that are commenting in order to better understand their perspective and then have a conversation about how to incorporate that stuff. And then you have the opportunity to reach directly out to Director Dalton about particular comments or topics as well. And I think that's what we've done in previous reports. I think it's been relatively successful. And we still don't want consortium members reaching out to each other outside of meetings, but through Director Dalton is okay. Commissioner Pinter?
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you for the continued assistance. Director Dalton has been fantastic as I've attempted to provide feedback as well. So just chiming in the praise and thank you for the coordination. One of the things that came up for me in listening to this conversation is it is an important trade-off. Truck traffic causes all kinds of community harm. It's one thing that I think it's a bipartisan issue that my neighbors hate is increased truck traffic, especially from construction sites or any kind of industrial use like oil and gas. So completely agree. I think the problem that I'm having as we're contemplating potential solutions or centralized collection and mitigation is the different chemical compounds that might be in the various waters that are being combined. And I feel like I love the idea of getting more water available for use, getting more water off the demand off the system for oil and gas. But I feel like we don't yet have a clear understanding of all the different chemical components that might be present in water. And if we're combining it at a central point and producer A is causing a problem with the chemical they're using, I don't want producers A through J being blamed for a problem that's coming from producer A. So how do we, if we're going to begin to contemplate centralized refining of water to avoid truck traffic, how do we appropriately track and attribute who's using which chemicals? I have a lot of anxiety about that. Additionally, while Greg made the comment that having open pit storage might be possible if we've removed the hydrocarbons, that might help with the evaporation or vapor emissions. I don't know that that really helps with the liquids themselves and potential wildlife and human exposure. So just again, guess it's a concerns that Donald Rumsfeld Day, those unknown unknowns of like, how do we track for things that we're not aware of yet?
Again, I'll take that as a helpful comment.
No, these are good comments and good considerations.
Yeah.
And
thanks.
All things that I think we need to be thinking about as we evaluate this. And, you know, in those comments that are provided, hopefully by our consortium members with experience and expertise in produced water, particularly centralized treatment facilities, they can help talk about that and provide comments to inform the report as well about what current practices are in that. And I know that in previous deliverables, we've also talked about some challenges associated with tracking liability or responsibility, you know, amongst the different waste management streams. And so I think that continues to be a conversation that needs to be brought forward through our reports. So I think that's good. Other thoughts or feedbacks to staff on this deliverable? Obviously, this is a conversation that will continue into our August meeting as well. And so I do encourage those who haven't had an opportunity to read the draft yet to read it, to provide your comments, to engage in it, and help move this closer to final draft. And thank you for all the work from everyone on this. It's an incredible start. I'm very impressed. So thank you.
Thanks everyone for your time. Sorry I went long.
No, you're good. With that, let's meet at 11. Let's get back at 11:10. We'll take a 15-minute break. And this is our working lunch, so it's an opportunity to grab some food or water, whatever you may need. And then we'll have Director Dalton talk to us about the first draft of deliverable 6. So see you all in 15. Okay, it's 12:10. We just finished a break. This is the Colorado Produced Water Consortium meeting on July 12th, 2024. Next up on the agenda, we have a review of the first draft of deliverable 6, which is topics related to produced water. That presentation is going to be given by Director Dalton. So with that, I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Messner. Again, my name is Hope Dalton, Director of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium. This is a presentation of the first draft of Deliverable 6, which is topics related to produced water. I feel like we've been working on these topics extensively since our meeting in October, where we started the strategic plan. And through that strategic plan, we really looked at we looked at and we identified the strategic priorities for the consortium, not just this initial year where we're focused on the legislative reports in House Bill 23-1242, but really looking into the next 5 to 10 years. And so the topics that were identified in this report include environmental justice, legal issues, testing standards and procedures, research gaps, water sharing agreements, and infrastructure storage. In this report, we tied them to our strategic priorities and results. The environmental justice issues that were identified, what you see on the screen is the strategic results from our strategic plan. And as we've heard today, and I'm sure we'll hear at every single meeting from today into the next 10 years, is we really value the community's input, and we want them to have equal opportunity to engage with us and to provide feedback. And for those communities that are disproportionately impacted or have more impacts than other communities, we want that targeted outreach, and we want to really incorporate into our recommendations this environmental justice aspect. And so this is why environmental justice has been identified as a topic for produced water in this report. The next topic that was identified is legal issues. I feel like we've been addressing the legal requirements this year by producing these very important kind of information gathering and baseline data creation and compilation through our House Bill 23-1242 reports. And we want to continue to consider the legal issues related to produced water. And so we're going to identify barriers that might impede the mission of the consortium. As a reminder, the mission of the consortium is to reduce the use of fresh water in oil and gas activities. As we reduce the use of fresh water in oil and gas activities, we will do that. I'm sorry, the other way around. As we increase the use of reuse and recycling of produced water, that will naturally decrease the use of fresh water in oil and gas activities. And so this is why legal issues is included in the report. Testing standards and procedures. As we've heard several times, we need to know what is in produced water. We need to understand how to regulate based on what we're working with. And so our July 1st report is really that research to see if produced water can be used outside the oil field. In 2024, we'll be focusing on in-field reuse and recycling. We want to identify maps of imbalance, and as you saw today, many of the reports that we're developing this year are the beginnings of identifying where there might be imbalances and opportunities. We have so many different communities represented on the consortium, and I thank you all for your active participation in the consortium, because working collaboratively with our partners is so important as we not only identify the other topics that we're working on, but these testing standards and procedures is just going to be so reliant on working collaboratively with our partners. And then the final strategic result that I included was to consider the minimum thresholds for reuse and recycling. The next topic is research gaps, and we're identifying as through these reports what information and data is available, and then this will naturally indicate any research gaps. Again, we'll need to work collaboratively with partners to identify these and really look at the aspirational future state of the consortium that goes well beyond the 9 reports that are required by legislation. I think this is the next to last. So water sharing agreements will be a topic of produced water, and this is to continue the knowledge building that we've been doing over the past 7 months. No, much longer. We've celebrated a year here. So over the past year in the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, we've been building your knowledge, and we'll continue to build that through learning more about how to use water sharing agreements to promote the goal and achieve the goal of the consortium. Infrastructure and storage. Infrastructure and storage is essential to understand and use in a way that will help us achieve our goals. So we're going to provide guidelines that will identify the positive and negative effects on communities from produced water, and that's one of our strategic results. And then again, working collaboratively with partners. So the takeaways from this first draft is we have 6 topics that will be included in the report: environmental justice, legal issues, testing standards and procedures, research gaps, water sharing agreements, and infrastructure and storage. And they relate to the strategic priorities and strategic results in our strategic plan. And these strategic priorities are implementing the legislative requirements, which will be completed July 1st of 2025. And then we will incorporate the next strategic priorities and strategic results into the next 5 years, 5 to 10 years. And they include education, communities and environment, research, and identifying regulatory and policy recommendations. So I will open the floor to questions and comments. If this is the most developed first draft that the team has brought to you, if you're really satisfied with it, we could finalize it today. If not, if you want to provide extensive comments on the meat of the 4-page report, then I'll bring you revisions in August. Chair Messner.
Thank you, Director Dalton. Again, I think that this deliverable really talks about the implementation of the strategic plan, which we spent a lot of time working on at the beginning of the development of the Produced Water Consortium. Lots of great information and concepts came out of that. This is really just identifying the elements that are included inside the strategic plan. And so I think you've done a good job of tying these topics to work that we've already done. Do folks have thoughts or comments on this? Well, it looks like you nailed it. Does anyone have any heartburn with making this a final draft? I think we're good with making it a final draft. I'm not hearing anyone seeing anyone raising their hands. It sounds like you've captured the intent and the voices here. So well done.
Thank you, and thank you all for your support in completing the deliverable early. So I'll get the final submitted to this one. This one is actually going to the state agencies and the General Assembly. So thank you all.
Next item on the agenda then is ECM rulemaking process, overview of the ECMC rulemaking process by Deputy Director Larson. Is Deputy Director Larson available? There she is. So
Here I am.
will hand this off to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Mesner. Well, I do have a presentation that I'd like to provide. Do I have the ability to share my screen, Ms. Dalton?
You do.
Okay.
I've made you a co-host.
Thank you so much. Give me a moment while I bumble through this. Okay. All right. There we have it. So as Chair Mesner noted, I am the Deputy Director for Policy and Administration at ECMC, and I'm going to be speaking to you here today about the rulemaking process that our commission, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, is going to be undertaking in order to implement the directive that we received in the House Bill 1242 relating to produced water. So just a refresher, and I know you probably can recite this in your sleep, but House Bill 23-1242 directed the ECMC Commission to adopt rules that will put in place a statewide reduction in the use of fresh water and encourage and require the increase in the usage of recycled water for oil and gas operations. In the course of adopting these rules, the Commission is to consider recommendations that the consortium is going to be developing. House Bill 23-1242 also puts in place and requires the Commission to look specifically as to how these rules are going to work with our oil and gas development plans. We call them OGDPs. It also puts in place prohibitions, for instance, on the siting and construction of a facility for produced water if it happens to be in a disproportionately impacted community. So 1242 does include additional requirements and things that the Commission must look at as we develop the draft rules to satisfy this provision. But again, the overarching mandate is that we actually develop these rules and have the rulemaking before December 31st of this year. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that timeline for rulemaking. Staff has been working on the concepts that will go into and populate our draft rules. We, staff, hope to have by early to mid-August of this year, a straw dog proposal for these rules. That straw dog may be actual draft rules, or it may be a very detailed concept paper. We're working on this now, so we want to ensure that we have sufficient time to have our concept and our proposal out there so that we can have the opportunity for the public to review them, provide public comment to us on those concepts, and also, of course, to meet with stakeholders and to receive stakeholder feedback. So again, we're hopeful that we're going to be able to accomplish that early to mid-August of this year. In order to accomplish the rulemaking, to have it completed by December 31st of this year, we really do need to have our draft rules notice with the Secretary of State by September. So again, we will have a concept out there in August, work with stakeholders, receive public comment, and then that feedback and those comments will help guide the staff at ECMC to develop the actual rules that we will be noticing with the Secretary of State this year. And once that notice of rulemaking occurs, we then will have the opportunity for members of the public to participate as parties to the rulemaking if they so choose. And as a party to one of our rulemakings, that would give you the ability to file papers that detail your position on the draft rules, make recommendations for improvements to the rules. And it also provides parties the opportunity to make a presentation to our commission when we actually have the rulemaking hearing. And the rulemaking hearing is tended, well, it will be in December. We are not sure if it's going to be the first week or second week of December, but it is going to be in early December. So where to find information? We will ensure that once the concept paper or straw dog rules are available in August, that we certainly inform this Produced Water Consortium of that information. We'll notice Director Dalton so that she has that information and can provide that to this body. We'll also ensure that the information is available on our website. ECMC has a news and notices portion of our website. It's on our front page, and we always will put information relating to rulemakings, requests for public comment, etc., in that section of our website. We also have a regulations. Let me make sure. I'm sorry, I can't quite see all my, there we go. Couldn't see all my slides. We have a regulation tab, and if members of the public wish to go to the regulation tab, there will also be information about our rulemakings there as well. That is all I have, and I'm very happy to take any questions, provide any additional information that any member of the consortium may need regarding our process, but that does end my presentation.
Thank you for that. I do see Michael Freeman has a question.
Thanks, Chair Messner, and Mimi, thanks for that presentation. I have to say, I'm a little surprised to hear that the staff has already been working on a straw dog proposal for these rules. I mean, I think my understanding is that the purpose of the consortium here was to develop recommendations that could help provide the basis for this rulemaking. So I'm glad to know this, but I was not expecting to hear that the staff is. Are you working on a parallel track here for a specific proposal? You know, what can we expect to see from you on this? And if you could maybe tell us a little bit more about what the staff is considering as part of its concept paper or straw dog, because I think we're still working through and haven't even formally begun the process of developing recommendations. So I'm a little concerned to hear that the staff may be coming up with something to put out there before we even issue any recommendations ourselves.
So thank you for that question. Couple comments. I would certainly defer to your council, your AAG, to provide their interpretation of 1242. However, when we, ECMC, have reviewed 1242, we have viewed it that most certainly we will be taking into consideration recommendations that come from the consortium, but that the ECMC has its own duty and direction to conduct a rulemaking, and very specifically on those issues that were identified in my presentation. So again, in order for us to be able to accommodate a rulemaking by the statutory deadline of December 24, and to ensure that we have the ability for members of the public and all stakeholders to actively participate and to participate in, it will be a condensed timeline no matter what, but in at least in a timeline that is not going to deprive anyone of due process. This is the timeline that we will need to move forward with. And again, we certainly are looking forward to the recommendations that are coming from the consortium, and those recommendations will be taken into consideration and evaluated, and I'm sure be addressed in the course of the rulemaking that we notice in September.
Can you give us maybe a preview of what the straw dog or the concept paper is likely to propose?
I cannot. I'll be honest, I have not been closely working on the details of what that looks like. Other members of our staff have been, so I unfortunately cannot.
I think that would be extremely helpful if you are going to proceed on this timeline, perhaps we could have a briefing at our August meeting, at a minimum at our August meeting, so I understand what you may be coming up with before it gets issued.
So one of the things, Mike, to think about on this one is that if you actually read the legislation, there's two things. So we've clearly indicated as the consortium our responsibility, and this is in two different places in the legislation. It's on page 7 of the legislation and this is an ECMC responsibility, but that established based on recommendations of the consortium. So the rules that ECMC develops in this particular section should be based on recommendations of the consortium, an iterative and consistent schedule of dates that will significantly increase the usage of recycled or reused produced water and decrease the amount of fresh water utilized in oil and gas operations in the state, while ensuring the protection of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. The consortium shall review the dates annually to ensure that the dates continue to represent significant advancement of the goals of this section, taking into consideration population dynamics, improvements in technology, research, best management practice, and infrastructure development around produced water. And so that's one of our responsibilities, is to make recommendations based on that. And then another section of the bill, and it's going to take me just a second here. Jumped by it 1 second. That on or before December 1st, 2024, that the consortium will develop short and long-term produced water reuse and recycling goals for the state and contemporaneous decreases in freshwater use. That speaks back to that first one that I talked about. It's just in two different places in the legislation.
Okay.
That second one is on page 13. Now, I was going to talk about this after Mimi gave her presentation. And so, ECMC also has some independent responsibilities of the consortium to develop rules and implement pieces of that legislation. And it's pretty prescriptive in the legislation what ECMC needs to include in those rules. And so some of those things include certain requirements for new oil and gas development plans, substantial modifications to previously approved permits to include a plan specifying the methods and locations for treatment of the produced water, quantifying recycled or reused produced water used in place of fresh water, and describing emission controls associated with produced water treatment, prohibition against placement of new centralized produced water storage or treatment facilities in a disproportionately impacted communities, the requirement for operators to quantify and report the vehicle miles traveled in for freshwater and produced water management and recycling of reuse of produced water, must require for each oil and gas basin an iterative and consistent increase in the use of recycled or reused produced water without increasing emissions based on the recommendations of the consortium, right? And so that's the tie together between the more prescriptive elements that ECMC is going to have to address in the rules versus what the consortium is going to make recommendations on. Does that make sense?
I think it does, and I appreciate the page references. I'll go back and
feel free to jump in at any time if you've got a different interpretation than me, because I am not an attorney. But that's the way that I read the legislation, and that what our goals are.
Yeah, no, thanks. Or go ahead, Jeff.
So, no, I didn't want to step on any toes. And I don't have a lot of kind of substantive analysis to add here. Commissioner Mesner, I think you're correct. There are some kind of unique or independent requirements of ECMC through this rulemaking that may be outside of what the consortium may include in their own recommendations. What I was going to kind of reiterate or stress that Ms. Larson raised is a lot of the process here is kind of governed by some of the rigidness that's part of rulemaking through the Secretary of State in order to hit that December 31st deadline or timeline. ECMC has to backdate a lot of the work here in order to get the notice out to make sure that we're, or ECMC is conducting enough of the stakeholdering with the other interested parties. What I have started having some preliminary discussions with Kyle Davenport on kind of the role of the consortium as a potential party in the rulemaking and how to accommodate that. We haven't really gotten into the weeds on kind of the recommendation timeline and if this consortium has its own timeline, and maybe Commissioner Mesner, that might be something that you're talking about in the upcoming part of the agenda, is to kind of how this consortium's recommendations are relayed to the commission to kind of work those into kind of what's going to be a kind of an ongoing process starting here this month moving forward.
Yeah, that was going to be part of kind of the next section I was going to talk about. Although the legislation does explicitly prohibit the consortium from being a party in the making, it can only make recommendations to the board. Tessa?
Thank you, Chair. So I guess my only ask for Director Dalton is possibly to have for the purposes of keeping our public informed, as well as making sure all of us are on the same page as consortium members and those that support us, is that there's kind of a high-level plain language summary of what all of that means. We just heard a significant amount of very complicated text. So I think there needs to be clear about how that fits in, that everyone could understand that is interested and is following for the CPWC.
Yeah, I'd echo that. Thanks, Tessa. I mean, I think I'll go back and reread the specific statutory language again, John. Thank you. But my understanding is at a minimum is that there's considerable overlap between what we're tasked with making recommendations on and significant parts of what would be in the regs that are due at the end of December. And I want to make sure that to the extent possible, this consortium's views are at least heard and discussed with ECMC staff before any kind of preliminary draft comes out, as part of our role to help, for them to consider our views and us to make recommendations or have input in how these rules get shaped. Because I think as a practical matter, once a straw dog draft is released, the rest of that rulemaking tends to respond and cycle around that centerpiece. And so I think it's important that to the extent possible, the consortium has some say in what that's, or at least the staff discusses it with us before they release a straw dog.
So I appreciate your perspective, Mike, and we can talk further about that. I mean, I think the consortium was always developed to be a recommending body.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not designed to be a party to rulemakings. It's designed to be a recommending body.
Sure.
And I think that everything that we've been developing up to this point helps develop the evidence and the baseline for the recommendations that we're ultimately going to make. And our primary recommendations in this particular instance, right? And so I'm only talking about this one rulemaking that is defined by the legislation. I do think that our primary goal is to make the recommendations for an iterative and consistent set of targets for increasing the amount of reuse and recycling of produced water that occurs in new oil and gas activities across the state.
And those targets
we've ultimately been building on, and that's I think where we primarily, I mean, to me, that's where our primary target is for recommendations, but
Sure, and it sounds like those targets are gonna be kind of a central piece of whatever the rules are that UCMC will be adopting in December, right?
certainly it's included in the legislation as something
Yeah.
that needs to be required in the rulemaking, yes.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Is there any other questions about the presentation that Deputy Director Larson shared? Jacob?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I hadn't really thought about the timing and the sequencing until Mike just brought that up. Maybe I'll just add that I think the less that the straw dog is reflective of or informed by the work that we do, the less meaningful the work we do is, which is maybe another way of saying what I think Mike was saying, that the straw dog does tend to anchor the entire conversation after that. So to whatever extent ECMC staff is able to share the direction they're headed sooner rather than later, it lets us be reactive to that. If it's wildly divergent on the things that are overlapping, then we can offer informed, thoughtful reactions to wherever those divergences are. If it's aligned, that's great, then we can dig in further in the path that we're going. But I think if the later it is, the less able we are to have, less able all of this work that we will have been doing here with respect to the rulemakings is going to have less impact, just as in our experience with the rulemakings, staff proposal or staff straw dog really does set the tone for the entire rulemaking proceeding. So just a request to share as much as possible, as soon as possible, so this process can be informed by that process and vice versa.
And I think that's fair. I mean, I think one thing to keep in mind is, and we talked about this even in the May meeting, that we knew that there was going to be this kind of looming deadline to do to announce the ECMC rulemaking in order to hit all the required timelines for December rulemaking. We talked about it in May that we needed to start chewing. That's why we had the homework, and we kind of started working through some of these processes about what it would look like to have significant amounts of reuse and recycling, things we needed to be thinking about. We continued that process through June with some of the discussions we had last time. We knew that we were going to have to start really thinking about what some of our draft recommendations needed to be by the beginning of August. And that's what we talked about, so that we had at least a draft in hand based on conversations that we've had up until that point, that helps kind of refine and define maybe the direction that this consortium is going to go on its way to developing recommendations. At that point, I would hope that at least based on conversations in our meeting in August, that we would be able to refine that draft enough to start to make it clear to ECMC staff where we were going to go with our recommendations, at least generally. That would help inform the drafting of the rules prior to September. And then obviously we would finalize our recommendations, hopefully at our September meeting, if we stay on the initially planned schedule, as to what our recommendations are going to be to ECMC as part of that rulemaking. And so that, I think from a timeline standpoint, I think that was kind of what was intended. I think we're still on track. But I hear what you're saying as far as allowing this group to be able to work through and develop our recommendations prior to the publishing of a straw dog. And so hopefully we can start to work through some of that right now. And then start to provide some direction to the director to put together some to essentially put together a draft of where we might think about going so that we have something to chew on and react to at that August meeting and help refine our thoughts. Does that seem like an appropriate path forward, or certainly open to thoughts? Mike?
Thanks. No, I mean, I think if we're talking about coming up with some rough recommendations in September, I think that sounds reasonable. And I think that timeline would be early enough to be useful and fully considered as part of the, I believe the note, what would be required for noticing this for a December rulemaking. I think the concern I have and the surprise here was the idea of a straw dog coming out a month earlier than that. And so I think I just hope, or Jacob said it much more articulately than I did, which is we like to make sure that the work that we're doing, that we and the recommendations we come up with are fully before the staff, so that they can be considered before they create a document that's likely to anchor the rest of that process.
I think that's fair. Tessa?
I guess follow-up question for Director Larson and for our AAGs is what are the likely limitations? What's the scope expected by ECMC of the recommendations from this consortium? And what scope limitations are there for before you submit to Secretary of State Griswold in September? I think that's my biggest question, is so that this consortium has the ability to start thinking in the direction that is most appropriate and effective to the process. What are the limitations on what the consortium should, can, could not, or contribute to that? Are there any? What are the most important pieces, I guess?
So I would like to probably defer to your counsel for answering the majority of that question. I will say it's always nice to do that, right? I will say, however, that when an agency notices their rules for rulemaking, we do need to ensure that we are putting out in that notice and for the public to see exactly what rules we are considering to change or to amend, right? So I'm making this up. We have a series in our rule set for definitions, the 100 series definitions. If we did not notice within that notice of rulemaking that we were doing anything with our definitions, not adding or amending any definition, and then we received recommendations after that notice of rulemaking went out from the consortium that recommended we adopt a definition for something, we would more likely than not have to go back, amend our notice, and probably start the process over again. So that's just all to say, we want to ensure that when we are filing our notice of rulemaking in September, that it is comprehensive, that it is in fact addressing the topics and issues that the commission, the ECMC commission, will be taking up in December rulemaking hearing.
AG Fugate, do you have anything to add to that?
No, again, not being as familiar as your typical or your traditional AAG is, I'll work with Kyle on figuring out kind of if there are limitations as to kind of what the consortium can weigh in on in this particular rulemaking. As Ms. Larson outlined, the ECMC scope is really going to kind of set the limits on what can be considered by the ECMC during the rulemaking process. That could be influenced or again, recommendations from this consortium on kind of how broadly that scope should be. The starting point is always the legislative language and intent there. And then as we've discussed, ECMC will have some other components that are related to this issue, but maybe outside the kind of the scope of interest for this consortium that will also be included in the scope. Obviously there will be some limitations as to what the consortium can recommend to be included or considered as part of this rulemaking, but likely your recommendations won't run too far afield from the overall intent of the legislation and kind of the purpose of the consortium themselves.
Mike?
Thanks. Chip, I have just a procedural question for you. Am I right that the notice of rulemaking has to go out 60 days before the rulemaking hearings take place?
I think it's less than that. I think it's in the 20 or 30-day time period. Is that
Okay.
No rulemaking hearing can commence before that date. Historically, ECMC and Ms. Larson can correct me because she's conducted a few more of the ECMC rulemakings. Typically, if based on the timelines she presented, if this is noticed with the Secretary of State, we've got to file, some form of draft, whether it's a detailed version or a more kind of just framework version, along with a statement of basis and purpose. That's published in the Colorado Register. Again, if it's noticed with the Secretary of State mid-September, that will go out the first part of October. That's what then officially kind of kicks off the formal stakeholdering process. So under this, we'd have, about 2 months of stakeholdering before the December hearings roll around. Within that time period, that's where we'll get party statements and briefing on issues. And so ECMC is always trying to not shortcut that formal process or kind of shorten the days just so that there is involvement there. But yeah, I mean, if a notice is pushed, beyond September into October, we're then looking at, whatever time is lost there is lost as part of the formal process, which just really condenses the party involvement prior to that December hearing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you read my mind where I was going with this, which is I don't think the notice has to go out in September for December rulemaking. And, there's been other ECMC rulemakings where the commission have done a stakeholder process before a formal notice went out or even before a straw dog went out. And I can see a scenario where if you want to start a stakeholder process, that can easily be done before any straw dog and certainly before a proposed notice goes out. The formal notice goes out. And frankly, we'd love to have people, speaking for myself, we'd love to have people who are interested in the issue show up for public comment at our meetings, and and that could be looped in that way too. I think I would hope that we can structure this rulemaking in a way that that what this consortium does and what recommendations we have are get fully considered as part of whatever the staff ultimately proposes.
One thing I would just add, the APA does not envision the amount of process and opportunity for party participation that ECMC wants to encourage and asks of parties. So for instance, we will ask that parties file a pre-hearing statement. There's then the opportunity for response statements in our rulemakings. And then finally, there's the opportunity to file pre-filed written testimony. So there are 3 written submissions that parties have the opportunity to provide in the course of our rulemakings. Additionally, while the produced water rulemaking will be underway, kicked off in September, we also will have we'll be finishing up our cumulative impacts rulemaking in September. We'll be starting our our CCS carbon capture sequestration rulemaking. That is going to be in October, and then we have the holiday schedule. So we have limited time in November, very limited time in December, and we'll have 5 commissioners who will essentially be in back-to-back rulemakings and having to ensure that they have ample time to consider the written presentations from the parties in each of these rulemakings, including produced water. So while yes, the APA would allow for us to have a much shortened time frame from notice to actual hearing, that would not in any way allow for adequate participation from members of the public or parties.
Well, I would hope that, as I suggested, that participation can be engaged before there's a formal proposed rule released. And I agree, we're all under some pretty tight statutory deadlines, but I think that's the nature of the statute. It's not a reason to, frankly, jump the gun on a draft before our recommendations are released.
Yeah, and certainly that is the intent of staff, and which is why we wish to start the formal stakeholdering process in August and give us sufficient time to have those interactions, receive that feedback, and then that will feed into the actual rules that are noticed with the Secretary of State in September.
Okay. Well, again, well, uh, you understand my concerns.
So I do want to acknowledge that I have some things that I want to get into here pretty soon. It is my intent as chair of the consortium to ensure that the voices of the consortium and the recommendations provided by the consortium are provided to ECMC in informing the development of draft rules around produced water as contemplated by the legislation. And so, and I also believe that ECMC has every intent to take all of the considerations that are and recommendations provided by this consortium in the development of the rules, whether those be draft rules or whether those be straw dog rules. And so I think it is up to this consortium to continue to move forward with our process and make sure that we are being efficient in the development of our recommendations and the development of the record that provides the evidence to inform our recommendations as clearly as possible, which we've been consistently doing over the last year in developing all the reports that essentially are going to back up and inform our ultimate recommendations here, which is going to create a very strong record for our recommendations. And I think that's very important. And so that's my thoughts right now. Jolie? Ooh, we can't hear you, Jolie. It's like you're on the moon.
Does that sound better?
Yep, that's
just
good.
switched my mic. There we go. Thanks, everyone. Terribly sorry about that. Let's try this again. Jolie Bronner. Just want to reaffirm my support for what Michael is saying. And when Jacob jumped in with his comments, we spoke about this at length during strategic planning as well. And there's a difference between intentional direct community outreach and making it available for people to participate. And so we spoke about that importance. I appreciate the shortened timeline, would love to offer thought partnership hope on how we make sure we're getting that input in with enough time. Michael, I really appreciate and support what you've been saying on how important it is for our recommendations to make their way into rulemaking. That's why we're here. That's why a lot of us signed up. That's what we want to be part of. And so I just wanted to jump in to reaffirm that. I think it's really important that what we're working on here makes its way into that straw dog, because exactly what Michael said, if we release that as here's our straw dog, that's going to suddenly be the lead headline of everything we do. And that's how rulemaking happens. And so I know joint budget is going to be, right in August, right there. I appreciate scheduling for the legislature, but I also appreciate the work that we have signed up to do and appreciate that it's a heavy lift. So I'm offering some thought partnership on how we do this if we need to have more conversations, but I think it's really important, even with respecting the timeline and the lift, that we make sure these voices are included and really a legitimate part of our recommendations, because otherwise, why are all of us here? All these different perspectives should be included as we work on this. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your thoughts, Jolie. Okay, so with that, I'm going to pivot away from the rulemaking here for a second and understand the thoughts and the concerns that have been provided around the timing associated with the rulemaking. I do want to reiterate that it is my intent that the work that of this consortium is integral to the rulemaking process from a recommendation standpoint, and the fact that we are a group that has membership from a vast amount of the stakeholders that may actually be interested in participating in the rulemaking anyway. And there's lots of efficiency and benefits to allowing us to be able to work through our portion of the rulemaking recommendations prior to the development of the draft rules. tried to publishing of any kind of draft rules, because I think that will create more legitimacy to the draft rules for our section. And so I do think, again, it's important that we all review the legislation so that we understand what our section of the recommendations of the rulemaking were contemplated to be. So I'm just gonna reiterate that again. You know, the legislation does indicate that on or before December 31st, 2024, that the commission, the ECMC commission, shall adopt rules to require a statewide reduction in freshwater usage and a corresponding increase in the usage of recycled or reused produced water at oil and gas locations. So our section, and then there's a number of things that are explicitly laid out for ECMC that they have to include in the rulemaking. It's also obvious in the legislation that those sections don't have a section for the consortium to make recommendations to ECMC on it. It doesn't mean we couldn't, but it's not called out in the legislation like it is in another section of the legislation, where ECMC must establish based on the recommendations of the consortium. So the one section in the legislation where it says that is the section that says an iterative and consistent schedule of dates that will significantly increase the usage of recycled or reused produced water and decrease the amount of fresh water utilized in oil and gas operations in the state, while ensuring the protection of public health, safety, and welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And those recommendations may include oil and gas basin specific benchmarks. And so that's why in all of our strategic planning, we've had that as the deliverable that is due in December. That's been the deliverable that a lot of these reports have started to develop evidence and baseline information on. And that's what I would like to talk about here today, because I think that ultimately becomes our primary responsibility from a recommendation standpoint to ECMC as part of the produced water rulemaking. And with that kind of I guess more refined or more focused approach, I do want to make sure that we are continuing to work our way towards that. So again, I remind us that back in May, we started talking about through our homework assignments, what does it look like? What is a I forget what the language was now, Hope, but what was a significant goal towards reuse and recycling of produced water across the state look like? And folks were able to report back to that. Last meeting, we talked a little further along, the schedule of the things that we going to need to discuss in order to be able to ultimately try to get our comments incorporated into the draft rules of the rulemaking in time to meet all of the requirements around the APA process, the stakeholdering process, and so on and so forth for a December rulemaking. Inevitably, as is true with lots of legislation out there, I'm sure that the legislators did not intend in the development of this legislation for this December 1st deliverable that we had to not be able to inform the rulemaking. But they didn't contemplate the timeline associated with the rulemaking in the development of the dates for our deliverables. And so we're having to kind of do that on the fly here. So with that, I wanted to have a quick conversation here, and a difficult conversation here, about starting this process of developing an iterative and consistent schedule of dates that will significantly increase the amount of reused and recycled produced water in new oil and gas operations. and I want to do an exercise that will get us talking about this topic in a pragmatic way and hopefully bring in our new knowledge that we've developed over the last 6 deliverables now, you know, in really thinking about, you know, what does it look like to develop those dates and to develop the reuse and recycling targets. And so I'm gonna throw out just a couple of numbers, and I'm gonna throw out those numbers not because I think we have to use those numbers, but we have to come up with the number somewhere to start so that you all can rip them apart and come up with different numbers if you think that's necessary. And so as I was thinking about like what numbers would I start with in this conversation, you know, the first thing I thought about was, does it make more sense to do a statewide baseline number, iterative numbers, or does it make more sense to do basin by basin? You know, I think we had some good conversations last meeting about some of the challenges of defining basins, the fact that there are more basins than what we typically utilize in the state. So, I mean, even on this consortium, we have a Raton Basin, we have a San Juan Basin, we have a Piceance Basin, we have a DJ Basin. There are more basins than that. And even those basins, you know, aren't geographically defined like county boundaries are, right? So I think there's some challenges with defining those basins. And so for this exercise, at least, and again, this is an exercise, it's not necessarily where I'm landing, I'm just coming up with numbers. I said, okay, well, what does it look like to do a statewide number? And so if we did a statewide number, we all know based on the information that we've developed up until this point, that we have vastly different recycle and reuse, current reuse and recycling numbers in field in different basins around the state. We've got the Piceance Basin, which generally is reused and recycling somewhere between 85 and 95% of all produced water in new operations. You've got the Raton Basin, who, while not a lot of new development is going on down there, there's certainly some recompletions that are happening down there. And again, the pretty high utilization of reused and recycled produced water in those operations. You know, we've got San Juan Basin doesn't have a lot of new development going on down there. And at the same time, there's some reuse and recycling that is happening in that area. And then the DJ, I think we heard both Greg and Arthur talk about today, that the vast majority of water that's being utilized in new oil and gas operations is occurring in the DJ Basin simply because that's where the vast majority of new permitting is occurring. And so I'm saying all of this just to like give you a background of like what was going through my head as I was trying to like come up with numbers. And so I think Greg talked about it today that, you know, over the last couple of years, the average amount of recycling occurring in the DJ Basin is, based on his numbers, is 3%. I think our cumulative impacts report that was developed over the last couple of years actually analyzed that more at like 1.5%. I'm sure the right number is somewhere between those two numbers. But that's the amount of reuse and recycling that's currently occurring in the DJ Basin. And so like Tracy Kozlov said, at one of our early meetings, she said, and she's the Division of Water Resources state engineer, if we really want to, if our ultimate goal is really the reduction of freshwater use in oil and gas activities, you get your best bang for the buck in targeting the DJ Basin for a lot of these efforts. And so that was a really long-winded way of saying, I'm looking at this from a statewide perspective, but the numbers that I'm going to throw out are really targeted to the DJ Basin. And so one of the things that I think we saw from Greg's presentation today was, you know, even if we required 100% reuse recycling in the DJ Basin, there is not enough water being produced in the DJ Basin to be able to reuse and recycle 100% in new operations at current rates of new operations occurring. And so, so understanding that, I knew that my number, at least conceptually here, needed to be something less than 100%, right? And so also understanding that I think the infrastructure, the necessary infrastructure piece that we talked about again today, really spoke to the significant lack of necessary infrastructure in the DJ Basin to really facilitate significant amounts of reuse recycling in the DJ Basin in a short period of time. And so I'm going to throw out 2 numbers and 2 dates, and I'd love to hear thoughts, feedback, you know, does it need to be more? Does it need to be less? Is it technically feasible? You know, if it's not feasible, what would need to happen to make it feasible? You know, all these different things. But I'd like to take 45 minutes and just kind of have a big, broad conversation with the goal of having this conversation start to inform Director Dalton and her thinking about what she's going to propose in a draft recommendation or a draft report around this topic prior to our August meeting. That again is a draft, so we would continue to be able to refine it, but I wanted to start somewhere. I feel like I need to drink water 1 second. So what I want to hear feedback on, if it's good for folks, is what does it look like, and what are the, you know, where would we be is if by 2028 we had 10% reuse and recycling requirement as part of a water plan statewide, as part of the water plan submittals and OGDPs, and 25% by 2032. And whether it's technically feasible, whether it's enough, whether it's not enough. And I just wanted to start with those 2 dates. Does that create enough time to create the necessary infrastructure? Does it create enough time to create the necessary, you know, pipelines, centralized facilities, storage, all the stuff that we started talking about today? Targets like that wouldn't really affect operations in the Piceance Basin, where they're already recycling 90–95%. However, there was a new oil and gas development plan that was approved in that area that utilized 0 reuse and recycling, and so it certainly would hit targets in areas where some new development was, that maybe that infrastructure, it would encourage that infrastructure to get put in place, even in areas that already have higher rates of reuse and recycling at that time. And so anyway, I throw that out there. It's 10% by 2028, 25% by 2032. And I didn't go any further than that because I wanted to just hear thoughts on it. So I open the floor. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks, Chair Messner. So I had a couple of thoughts, and I think they relate to your proposal, but they're also a little bit broader. First, I just intuitively have a little concerns about trying to set a statewide number based on, well, if you set a statewide number, then the default is going to be the lowest common denominator, which is going to be the DJ base, basically. So set numbers that might be feasible for operators in the DJ to comply with, but that effectively wouldn't require anything in the Piceance Basin. And that may be fine, given that they're already mostly using reuse and recycled water. But I'm wondering if maybe it might be, we could consider a more targeted approach that looked at each basin. And one way to do it might be, if we're not comfortable, picking a hard number, an absolute number out of for each basin, start with the status quo and say, look, each year or each 5 years, you've got to achieve a 10 or 20% increase above existing above the existing basin-wide reuse rate, so that whichever basin an operator is working in, they've got to increase their recycling, but some may be starting from a lower baseline than others. But I worry that if we set a statewide number, it's all going to kind of wind up at the lowest common denominator, which is 1 to 3% in the DJ. And I would hope we could do more than that. The other thought I had, and this came up in our discussion this morning, would be we might consider drawing a distinction between recycling and reuse on new wells and recycling and reuse on existing wells, because I think, to the presentation this morning, if we want operators to plan their new locations in a way that's connected to gathering lines and plan their gathering lines so that they can get to recycling and reuse, that's a lot more feasible to do for new locations than it would be for a well that's already under production. So I think we might want to give some thought to a two-track process where, existing wells that are already producing and already operating may have some requirement over time to do more recycling and reuse. But if it's a new well, they've got to achieve a much higher bar for that.
Appreciate the thoughts, Mike. Just so I understand that second piece, because I'm not sure I'm totally following you. So existing wells, are you just saying that they would bring their produced water to a centralized water treatment facility for reuse and recycling for new operations somewhere else? Because I can't think of any operations that would require reuse and recycling of produced water from a production standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking more of a recompletion or a refracking operation, which is not the major problem. I understand, but I think, I think the main point would be, in a place like a DJ where there is a lot of new drilling happening, that ought to be, we ought to hold them to a higher bar, so that operators are ensured that they plan the infrastructure they need to do the recycling up front, when they've got the chance to do it.
Okay. Clay?
Yeah, Chair Minister, thank you. This is Clay. As I understood your suggestion, by 2028, a 10% reduction statewide in freshwater use and 25% by 2032. Does that concept include a commensurate identical increase in the use of produced water to offset that reduction in freshwater, or does it simply say if operators decide they're just going to cut their operations by 10% so to reduce that freshwater element, that may also be an option? I'm just asking for a clarification there.
So my intent with the concept, and again, this is a concept thrown out for discussion purposes. My intent is that if it took 100 units of water to complete a well, 10 of those units would need to be reused or recycled produced water or some equivalency. And I don't want to get into the equivalency yet, because that's going to complicate things. Right. The equivalency in my mind could be, some sort of industrial wastewater that's not treated to service discharge standards could be utilized in lieu of produced water, or even, and I know it's not cost effective at this point, but even the utilization of non-tributary water from an existing class 2 injection well in lieu of produced water. And so, but I didn't want to complicate the conversation with the equivalency piece, but that was something that was also kicking around in my mind. But really, it was really a requirement for reuse and recycling of 10 and
Okay.
25%, not, and
Not
just
reduction.
assuming that there was a corollary, freshwater reduction.
Okay, thank you.
Jolie?
Thank you, Jolie Bronner. Michael stole two of my ideas, so I will just second and kind of expand upon what I was going to say, and that was if we can detangle this a little bit. I know we've been talking about taking apart the ball of spaghetti and putting it back together to figure out how everything's working. Just when I hear that like the Peon Basin is at 85 to 90%, regulating them in the same way as we would regulate the DJ Basin seems counterproductive if we want to make big steps in this area. And so I just think, much like we look at agriculture, super place-based across Colorado, I've learned that through this consortium, that a lot of the fracking operations across the state operate differently because they're very place-based, based on environment, geological record, everything that's happening there, practice, where their basin is fed from. We only have different river basins in the state, and they're fed in different ways. And so I think by lumping everyone together, we're almost not accepting and celebrating how different these operations can be and how they have different needs. And so I think through all our lectures, I've learned that. But what I'd also say is maybe there's a way we can also tie this to permitting and where the date of the permitting is, because I think there's an interesting idea if we want to do reductions by 2028, maybe it's if we're pulling permits, your permit starts in 2028, that's where that 10% reduction starts. And then we can tie it to new operations in a way that doesn't feel so muddied. It's tied to permit dates instead. And so in hearing this, making it very place-based to honor how unique our state is across the state, and also honoring some of the producers who are already doing a ton of work in recycling their water and adding it. And so I think also I had the question of why can't it be 100%? And I learned, oh, because you might damage the aquifer. And I go, oh, I didn't know that. Excellent. Thank you for informing me. And so once I learned that, I was like, oh, that means in every place, there's a different way that we do this. And so I'd like bold, ambitious targets that are place specific. So we actually honor that, oh, you're only at 1%. Your target's going to be bigger than someone who's already using 90% recycled water. But that's kind of just how I saw this. Thank you.
No, I think those are good points. One thing, if you and Mike could think about, because I did think about this, right? About the different places. And so like one of the things that I got challenged with is Peon's Basin is already doing 85, 90, 95% reuse and recycling, and there's zero requirement right now. Because one of the concerns that could be is that you're disincentivizing that to occur, but right now it's not required at all, and they're doing it. So there's economic reasons, right? And that's okay. And so I would hate to see us develop like ambitious goals for an area that is already being ambitious in their goals and making it penal. Does that make sense? And so this is just things that I was thinking about, but I'd be certainly curious to have other folks' thoughts on that. So I'm going to go to Chloe.
Hi, Chloe Danforth. The question that I've had is, as soon as we start putting numbers and requirements on things without necessarily understanding all of the, and I know I'm using this this word incorrectly, sort of the unintended consequences or externalities associated with that, I guess I'm curious if there are any sort of mechanisms for saying, okay, if we have to use 10% and we're using a degraded water that might not even necessarily be produced water, and we're moving it around and creating something, how do we make sure as we learn about produced water and how we might store it or move it, like just how do we allow for learned lessons as this consortium unpack all of those things that we need to know to be a recommending body, if we're sort of rulemaking ahead of a complete understanding of what it might mean to move water around. Does that make sense?
It does. I know. I think it's very good. Actually, I think the legislation contemplates that, as it does ask us to review these dates on an annual basis. And I think that's what we were talking about earlier with Arthur's report, which is the availability of produced water and continuing to update that and make sure that it's accurate. But I think this consortium has an ongoing responsibility to review those dates and those percentages to make sure that that we're addressing those unintended consequences, that we're evaluating whether they're technically feasible to actually accomplish those once folks are starting to try to do these things. I mean, so I hear what you're saying, and I think it does contemplate that. Again, this is not a rulemaking body, though, so anytime we would change this in the rules, it would require state agencies to undertake a rulemaking to modify whatever came out of this rulemaking. But the legislation does require us to develop dates and targets, and so we have to start somewhere. And this may not be the numbers to start with, and because of potential unintended consequences. I hear you, Tessa.
Yeah, Tessa Sorensen. So I wonder if maybe we're making this in some ways too simplified. We're talking about a simple percentage decrease, but in reality, it's kind of the 80-20 rule, right? The first 20% of decreasing of water is the hardest by far. So it almost should be, and I'm going to get a little mathematical on you, I apologize, a logarithmic percentage. Because there really is an exponential relationship to the difficulty it takes to accomplish this. As we talked about for the peons, a 10% decrease is very much diminishing returns, right? You're not getting as much out of that 10% decrease compared to if you have a 10% decrease in the DJ. The relative numbers and values of that amount of water saved is significant. And so when you apply those in different ways based on how much is currently being recycled to raise the minimum recycling rate to a certain percentage across a basin or across the state, the peons would already have satisfied it. But we will have added this much more into how much we're saving there. So that, I guess that's most of my thoughts, because I like the idea of, well, I mean, we're required to, so I'm glad I like the idea of reevaluating this every year. But at the same time, I think you're right, Commissioner Messner, that we can't just look at all the basins equally. And maybe, I think peons has its time coming to gain a lot better on there, but the priority is obviously not the peons for the significant amount of win we could get here. So I'd love to open that thought up to the group as well.
Michelina?
I think Mike was first.
Oh, sorry, Mike.
Okay, thanks, Chair Messner. Thanks, Michelina. No, John, I'm sort of brainstorming here, but I mean, I think the point that you raised and that Tessa touched on is, it is hard to figure out how to address the peons and the DJ in one set of rules. But one way to do this might be to say, look, for the DJ and for other basins where there's a significant room for improvement, you start with the baseline for that basin, whether it's say 2 or 3% from the DJ, and for all new Form 2As, for all new wells, they have to use an increase of 5% a year in, every year the requirement for reused water has to go up 5% a year to get to an appropriate level. Maybe lay that ratcheting up rule out for 5 years and then revisit it. But and that, I think probably work a lot in it sounds like from the graphs we saw this morning that Jackson County and North Park have a lot of room to improve as well. But that ratchet wouldn't apply in the peons for at least the first 5 years, because there's just no need. They're already at the point where they're recycling most of it, and operators would just be expected to maintain the current rates of recycled water use there. And I think that might be a way not only of addressing each basin separately in a way that makes sense for the basin, but also give operators time to plan and develop the kind of infrastructure they need for new wells by having a slow kind of a ramp up of 5% a year, essentially, so they can figure out how to make that adjustment.
Thanks for that, Mike. Clay or Michelina, then Clay. And just, I'm throwing it out there. I'd love to hear from operators, our produced water experts. It's okay. I'd like to hear from our academics. So go ahead, Michelina.
Thanks, Commissioner. I just, in looking at, just specifically for the San Juan Basin, I sent a bunch of numbers to Hope. And I have a difficult time with theoretical and arbitrary numbers, right? So it kind of piggybacks on what everyone said. I think it's hard, and I realize why you did it, John. I think it, it spurs discussion. But for example, and I don't have the mathematics done, Tessa, do it while I'm saying it, okay? That's my engineer, that's your engineer goal. But we had 15.3 million barrels, right, of produced water in 22. And what we do with our typical horizontal wells is we use approximately 500,000 barrels, right, of produced water, if we're going to stimulate or frack or complete. So that only leaves us with 31 to 40 wells per year max that we can utilize the produced water with. So what I'm saying is, and I don't have the calculations right now because I'm trying to listen to what everyone's saying.
But that would be 100%. I just want to make sure I understand. Would that be 100% reuse and recycling?
Yeah. Yeah. So let's say I only have 15 million barrels. I only have enough produced water to do drilling completions for 30 wells, is my mathematics. So what I'm saying is, instead of throwing arbitrary or theoretical numbers, which I appreciate, I'm just saying, can we start with what we can do, right? What have we done and what can we do? And I mean, I can tell you what we can do in the San Juan Basin. Someone else will have to tell me what they do in the Piceance and the DJ, right? So I want to have a starting point of non-theoretical numbers, I guess, because I tend to get lofty too, and I don't want
it. I appreciate that. I did ask for numbers from the industry folks at the last meeting and didn't get them.
I submitted mine. I'm in the deliverable.
Clay?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's Clay, Terry. Hey, I think what Michelina just presented is excellent, because I personally think that if operators know that there's going to be a commensurate requirement to reduce freshwater usage in operations and increase the use of produced water, and they know that's going to be a real issue in the future, which is part of their legal and social license to operate, then I say we go to the operating community and do a survey and ask them to tell us what you can do in the next timeline, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, whatever, in order to create an informed target that we can actually achieve.
That's great. Eric?
Yes, Eric England, not necessarily commenting on all of the questions or ideas here, but two things I did want to highlight. I think Commissioner Messner, as you mentioned, the OGDP, as we're submitting a water plan associated with new development, that seems fully appropriate. That in that process is where we're presenting that recycle target, we're verifying it, and that goes for new operations going forward. We are looking at additional ways that we can enhance our existing recycle for other parts of our operations. And it may be inconsequential, but we'll probably still think of ways to try to help encourage where there can be some credit and value to present those enhancements as well in existing processes, and thinking of well loading, or if we're in our P&A programs, ways that we can be more responsible in recycle or reuse water in those areas, whether that would necessarily formally count or not, continuing to beyond just new development, trying to incorporate those efficiencies in existing. And then regarding a phased approach, I think that's important. I think we want to bring to this process successful programs that are able to achieve and that have time to account for some of those consequences we don't yet know today, other wastes, other surface factors. So I appreciate additional dialogue on the target numbers and how they're applied by basin, but I think that phased approach allows us all to plan and deliver, and then be able to make adjustments along the way to reach those goals.
Thanks, Eric. Oh.
Thank you. I wanted to mention in the chat that Brandy Honeycutt has, she's posted that it is difficult to regulate a baseline improvement, and that from a regulatory perspective, implementing efficiency measures is an effective way to reduce freshwater use in operations. And she also wanted to share that implementing these new measures with new oil and gas developments is a great idea. And then we could renovate the older ones in a slower timeline. I also had a comment to share from Harmony, who needed to leave. She said that she wants to look at an individual level of reduction and in freshwater use or increase in produced water use, but she also wants to look at an overall approach to the state where potentially this could encourage collaboration.
Okay. Thanks for that, Hope. I'm not sure I fully fleshed out the concept for implementation when I started this, but my initial thought here was, like Eric said, to utilize the water plan as part of OGDB submittals. And in the water plan, the operator already has to anticipate the amount of water that is going to be utilized as part of that application. And so that's where I thought may be most appropriate to apply the metric versus developing some basin-wide or statewide baseline where different operators would, yeah, that all seemed very complicated. So this was me trying to make it simple to put that in my mind. So I think Irene, you are next.
Thank you, Irene Andrus. I just want to throw timing into this, because when water is available and when water is needed is a big issue from what I understand. And I don't know how to, I'm just throwing it out there, I'm not giving any solution on it, but I think it would be good if there's some way that we could be logging that somehow, so that people know when water is going to be available that they can use for drilling.
Thanks. Jeff?
Yes, Jeff Cartland, thank you, Chair. I just want to echo some of the comments that were spoken earlier, specifically around just the recognition of the diversity of the basins. I think it's important that we understand statewide where we're at, and I appreciate the recognition of the work that folks in the Piceance have done for a long time. There, to Tessa's comment earlier, there is a bit of diminishing return that we're trying to really understand if there's an ask that is essentially, almost really hard to come by. I mean, I think we need to start to contemplate really what we're able to do with what we've already done in the Piceance Basin. And so as we're contemplating sort of what this looks like, I don't want to throw my brothers and sisters on the DJ side under the bus, but I think there's a lot more as we've identified opportunity there, and we've got some smart operators there as well. But to the extent that we really identify what's diverse, we talk about diversity a lot. I think understanding the diversity of our operations and our basins as we've learned over this time together is really critical. And so I just wanted to mention that, and then just to echo that the tool that operators really use is, as Chair Messner mentioned, is the water plan. The OGDP process, which contemplates impacts and will continue to really contemplate cumulative impacts of operations, is really the opportunity to analyze where an operator can make improvements in this area. And so I believe there's already a lot of really good tools out there, a lot of good information that's being discussed in terms of not only where fresh water is being used, but where recycled produced water is being used from a completion perspective. That information needs to be captured both from a beneficial and an improvement perspective. So I'll leave it at that. I know I said a lot of just echoing what my colleagues have said, but this has been a really fascinating conversation. Thank you.
Rick?
Thank you, Commissioner Mesner, and agreeing with a lot of what's been said today, and something that you said just earlier, Commissioner, with the Piceance Basin doing 85 to 90% produced water in their completion work. You know, it's not so much diminishing return; it's the opposite of that. Obviously, industry in that section of the state has figured out how to do that and how to do it economically. It may be an almost impossible task to ask them to get to 100%. Because they went the opposite side. They're coming on the uphill side of the deal, and it may just be way too high a bar to get that extra 5 or 10%. So we need to focus on the DJ. Everybody agrees that's where the low-hanging fruit is at. So then what we need to focus on there, and we've talked about it during some of our deliverables in our earlier meetings, is what are the impediments to improved reuse of recycled produced water in the DJ, and how do we get around those? You know, some of the things we've talked about is larger volume storage, because as Irene was kind of talking about earlier, a lot of these applications, when we're bringing produced water in from the wells, it's coming in lower volumes over a longer amount of time. But then when we need to send it out to a completion site, we need a much larger volume over a shorter period of time. So we need some way of storing this larger volume that's coming in slowly over a long amount of time, treating it and getting it ready to go back out in a short amount of time to a completion. That would improve that percentage. We need to continue to look at things like temporary use of lay flat hose, and maybe not conventional lay flat hose. There is hose on the market now that's dual walled, and you can put like a conductivity meter in all the connections to where if you have a leak in the inner wall, it'll send an alarm out, and you shut everything down and you purge the hose and get it out. So that's some of the things we could look at that would help us. And so I think as Clay said earlier, we need to look on a basin by basin and talk to the operators and say, okay, what can be done to help you improve the use of produced water in your operations, and what's working as an impediment to you right now?
Thanks, Rick. Brandy?
Hey guys, I'm riding in a car, so hopefully you can hear me okay. But I kind of like what Rick was saying, and what I was trying to say is, like, you know, operators have a baseline amount of water that they're using, and each site is going to be different in and of itself. And so if they were to come up with like their own efficiency plans based on what they could do to reduce, you know, their water use individually as an operator, that might be a route to go as well. Maybe that's not as ambitious as we want to go, but that's what I was trying to say in my chat.
Thanks, Brandy. I think Mark, you are next.
Yeah, thanks. I thought maybe Jolene went first, but yeah, just quick. Just want to reiterate Rick's comments. You know, just the need. You know, even in the DJ, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for growth on the recycling, but you know, that's going to be specific by area, what infrastructure is available, and all that. And I do just want to reiterate the need for storage. And I'm a little concerned. We have, you know, I think a great approach that's tiered several tiered steps up to an ultimate goal. But I'm a little concerned that, you know, some of the other regulatory changes, like for storage and that thing, might lag behind that, and then big impediment to our ability to really achieve those goals, right? So I mean, hopefully we can kind of keep that in mind. We probably need some, especially on storage. I think large volume storage is going to be critical to achieving these larger volumes. So I think there is some changes needed to really implement those needed improvements. So thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Can I ask you a question and put you on the spot a little bit?
Sure.
Assuming that we minimize, you know, regulatory impediments around storage, assuming that that's appropriate to do from a public health safety standpoint. Do you think that it is feasible to get to 25% in 5 or 6 years?
Yeah, I guess put me on the spot, but yeah, I think that is with that amount of time to plan and implement. I believe that's feasible in our consolidated areas. Chevron has a very consolidated acreage. I hate to speak for other operators that are much more spread out and much more diversified operations, but I believe that is an achievable goal in the short in that time frame. Especially if we do a tiered approach where we have some time to build up to it.
Okay, thanks for that. Jolie?
Love hearing things are possible. Thank you for that, Mark. Jolie Bronner. What I'd love to add too is, I know we had talked about a pilot project. I'm not going to say the word pilot project. Don't worry, I won't say that. But maybe there's a way to have information, knowledge sharing, best practices. How is the Peon Basin approaching 90%? And the DJ Basin is at 1%, other than infrastructure. Like, I hear the infrastructure piece, but there's also probably practices and ways to do this that maybe operators can speak to each other. So beyond us just interviewing operators and elevating their voice and understanding where the successes are and where the bottlenecks are, maybe there's even shared practices and ways we can talk about implementing practices in other areas that they're saying, like, oh, in the northwest corner of the state, we actually do XYZ, and that has helped us a lot to reduce our fresh water use. I don't know what that XYZ is, and that's why we have experts in the room beyond environmental justice. And then one last piece that I'd love for us to also talk about and consider when we discuss these reduction goals. Love it, would love to see everyone at that 90% that we have in the Peons Basin. But what other factors are at play here? What is the air quality around these? Where is the best air quality? Where is human health being affected? These are the kind of things that I want us to keep in mind as we talk about increasing infrastructure. Increasing infrastructure is a great sentence to say, but if we suddenly start talking about putting in a lot more storage ponds in very populated areas like the DJ Basin, I just want us to be mindful of what other ramifications that could have. And so that balance is very important as we continue to discuss these. But I think there might also be some information from folks who aren't in the room who could tell us this is how we've done this successfully, or even communities in that area who are like, yep, we support this because it works in the following ways. And I think there's just lessons to be learned across the state, but also factors to be taken into consideration as we do these reductions.
Thanks, Jolie. Those are actually great points. And that evaluation of impacts versus benefits, I think, is ultimately a really important one. And some of the other factors that we've talked about here a little bit over the last few months is also just geology and water availability and the different formations that are being targeted. And I think that ends up being a really big factor as well. So, Mike, you had your hand up and down and up and down. So I don't know.
No, nothing for me at this point. Thanks.
Okay. Other thoughts on this topic? I mean, I think we've heard a lot of different things, and as I'm looking at you, Hope, I'm sure that there is no clear direction whatsoever that has been given to you. But a lot of things that folks have been kicking around, which I think is good. One thought that I had is, and at some point here, we're going to have to land on a concept, on a metric, some way to meet the obligations associated with legislation and make a recommendation that is also implementable by operators and the ECMC. That takes into the consideration of things that are being brought up by Mike and Jolie and others. And understanding we want to get a lot of this done. And we got 10 minutes left in the meeting today. A lot of this would be nice to start being done before the August meeting, so that Hope has something further for us to chew on at the August meeting. And so I'm thinking aloud here, Hope, but what if we set up some individual stakeholder meetings between you and staff and the different stakeholders involved with the consortium, and just start to work through some of these things and start to solicit some ideas, and try to utilize a little bit of time between meetings here to get some additional ideas or clarity on this. What are your thoughts on that?
So I am happy to meet individually with consortium members. Jeff, I need your opinion on this concept of a stakeholder meeting and open meetings law and notice and that kind of perspective.
Sure. As long as you're meeting just with individual members of the consortium, there isn't any violation of open meetings law. The status of law is if there's two or more, then that's when you run into problems. Similar, if you're sending emails or notes from your individual meetings with the group, that also would run afoul of open meetings. But as long as you're just meeting with one individual at a time, then you're okay.
Sorry.
And if we were going to have,
I meant to say, I meant to be individuals, not groups. I said stakeholders, plural, but I meant individuals. Mike?
And I am very happy to do that. And for transparency, I've been emailing individual consortium members to set up these meetings, especially as they have emailed me. And so we'll begin those meetings on Monday.
For the sake of efficiency, could we even set up a few smaller meetings with multiple commissioners and just notice it, basically? I mean, that might save Hope a lot of time and allow, frankly, allow a lot more discussion to make a lot more progress before August.
I'll handle that unless Commissioner Mesner, you want to.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as long as, if there is more efficiency and there may be in meeting with two or more at a time, even in smaller groups, as long as they're noticed, you can set those meetings. I believe it's a 24-hour notice period. Before you can hold those meetings, but that's not hard to accomplish. I don't know what your routine notice procedures are and how cumbersome that might be for Hope, but you can certainly easily check the open meetings requirements by just noticing things.
Thanks for that. I think that we can leave it to Hope to make a determination on how she wants to manage that, whether she wants to notice it or not, or whether it makes sense to be individual with those conversations. There are certain instances when folks want to be able to share their thoughts independently rather than have them shared amongst other folks. Sometimes people are comfortable being in groups and sharing their thoughts. So I think having the ability to do either would be appropriate. So we went through a lot today. I want to take a moment and does anyone have anything that they need to share or get off their chest, or frustrated about the meeting today or happy about the meeting today, or anything that we need to further discuss before we break here at 2 o'clock? I think that my sense is that some people are a little frustrated about the timing of the rulemaking, and so certainly want to create some time to talk about that if we need to. Jacob?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I'm not, just to be really clear about where I'm at least, I'm not frustrated with the timing of the rulemaking. That I get that. I think the concern for me is the publishing of a straw dog so early relative to the work we're doing. And that's not about the timing of the rulemaking per se, that's about the timing of the straw dog and how all of our work is going to feed into it or not feed into it. So just for the sake of clarity, I get the rulemaking constraints. That when staff publishes a thing that is in some fashion a draft, it ends up with a ton of weight in the process. Everything from that point on is reacting to what the staff proposal was. And then it just makes it a lot harder for the work we're doing here to get integrated if it's diverging from what staff is doing on this separate track. So it's really about the timing of that piece, for me at least.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, and I think that's fair. I totally get it. And so I will try to work with ECMC staff to refine perhaps that approach so that the folks in this consortium can be confident that the voices that are represented here and the work that we're doing are captured in any initial draft. Because I'm hearing, I do hear you. Thanks, Mike, for that. Anything else? Well, good work today, folks. My ask over the next couple, 3-4 weeks is that people really start to develop some concrete proposals here on how we're going to meet the obligations of the legislative or of the legislation around this iterative and consistent reuse and recycling targets, and like start to do what I've been doing over the last couple of days is just coming up with some numbers. And just so folks know, I tried not to pull those numbers out of a hat. Like the 10% was something that I knew could potentially be done in the DJ Basin with mobile on-site recycling. Maybe not in every instance, but what could be done. And then the 25% was a little aspirational based on what I thought I knew about on-site storage requirements. And so that's kind of where those came from. But I would ask that everyone kind of do that same process, and whether that's basin specific, whether that's statewide, whether that's a formulaic approach like Tessa was talking about. I mean, whatever the concept is, I would ask folks to start to flesh it out so that we can start to try to get something more concrete that does help inform that rulemaking sooner than later. And in a perfect world, we'd have another 3 months to do this, and that's just not our world right now. So with that, I want to thank everyone for their participation today. I want to thank Arthur and Greg and Mimi and all of the Produced Water Consortium staff for all the work they've put in over the last few months trying to develop a lot of these deliverables and getting us to at least where we're at right now, which I think is a good place. And thanks AG Fugate for filling in for Kyle today. One more virtual meeting, and then we'll be in person in September. So we'll see everyone whenever our meeting is in August. So everyone have a good day, and I'm sure you'll be talking to Hope soon. So thanks.